throughout today and tomorrow. This conference is organized by the research group Media, Environment and Society, which I head, and the Media Climate Network, and the Department for Journalism and Media Studies here at Oslo Metropolitan University. For the welcome, I'll introduce to you Natalie Hyde-Clark, who is our new head of department. She just started in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis, handling the crisis as much as she's handling us. But somehow she manages to be in the happy zone quite often. So I'll introduce to you Natalie, please.
Thank you, Andreas, for that very warm welcome. Good morning. It's just so wonderful to be with you all, and it's lovely that we can continue to have this conference despite the various obstacles we're all facing. On behalf of the Department of Journalism and Media Studies at Oslo Met University, I'm really pleased to welcome you to such an important event. A big thank you to Andreas and his team for organizing this, and it's such an important topic that it's really wonderful we can get together and discuss it. It's particularly noteworthy that they've managed to organize an event that brings media practitioners and academics into the same space to discuss this issue together. And I'm looking forward to some very robust discussions, and most importantly, a plan for how we can go from here. How do we go forward? I'm also very excited to welcome our first intake of master students into our MA in Media Development. The students who are joining us today have chosen climate journalism as their first elective. It has been a very popular choice in our education, and this is just the most wonderful way to get them started along their education and their degree. And we look forward to taking this topic further in coming years. So without further ado, I'm going to hand you back to Andreas and just say I'm so looking forward to the next 2 days of discussion. You'll probably see me leap out the side of the room. That's me running to my computer so I can join you from my office and really have wonderful conversations, and all the very best.
Thanks again, Natalie. Well, when we had our class in climate journalism just 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had Bjørn Samset, who's one of the key climate scientists in Norway, and he told us a little bit about the numbers. The numbers are pretty clear already, and he was referring to the numbers about how much emission cuts can we expect globally in 2020. Already by September, the estimates range from a 5% cut in emissions and 8% cut in emission. That, incidentally, he told us, puts us on course for the sort of steep emission cuts that the Paris Agreement, with its goal of pushing the world down to not more than 1.5 degrees global warming. But of course, this is not the way to do it. We would like to have people in the audience here. We would like to have people with their jobs. We would like to have a completely different response to the climate crisis. The drop in emissions that we'll see this year does not happen because the world is treating the climate crisis as a crisis, to put it in Greta Thunberg's words, but because the COVID-19 crisis is treated most places as a crisis, and that leads to cuts in emissions of greenhouse gases as well. Perhaps, at the very least, during 2020, when there's also been, at least in Norway, a host of new initiatives to improve climate journalism, this crazy year of 2020 gives some room to improve, to work, to think, to plan. And I think this is part of what we're going to hear over the next couple of days. Just before we start the official program, I thought I'd just also refer to Greta Thunberg 2 years ago, because she did say in her Davos speech that Homo sapiens may not have failed, but the media has failed to create public awareness. Now, I think that public awareness probably came through in last year, in 2019, and certainly in Norway, at the end of last year, climate change was introduced as the #1 topic among concerns of Norwegian voters. So there has been some headway also in terms of creating an awareness of the crisis, as Thunberg put it. But certainly, treating it as a crisis is a different thing altogether. It seems to me, just from the Instagram post that Greta has been posted over the last month or so, that she's really looking to what's happening in the media and noting the importance of the media, perhaps to a larger degree. And just earlier this week, there was another conference in Germany talking about the Greta effect for German journalists. So there's something happening here in the intersection between, on the one hand, journalists seeking new ways and better ways to cover climate change and reaching their very hard to get audience, young people, and young people themselves being engaged on a different level. But of course, during COVID-19, we may not see that as much as before. Anyway, with those introductory words, a few practical things as well. I have a brilliant organizing team with me. Particularly, we have two Ingrids here. They are two different persons, and they actually their names are spelled differently. But there are two Ingrids, and they're both helping along here. They'll receive comments, chats. If you have questions, we'll strongly encourage you to post questions in the chat field, and then we'll make sure those questions comes to the speakers and help create as good an atmosphere and discussion as possible. Also, if there are any issues, problems that you may have looking at this, please also put that down in the chat field, and we'll try to sort it out as best we can as we go along. Okay. So I think we will now turn to our first session on the program. Obviously, internationally, in terms of making changes in the media, the BBC is an enormously important organization. And just 2 years ago, they issued a document on greener broadcasting. And I know that there's a lot of things happening in the BBC. And we are very, very happy indeed to introduce a first session where we will have the BBC and then later the Norwegian public broadcaster NRK talk a little bit about various ways in which they're working with climate change. From BBC, we're going to have two voices. We're going to have Josie Verghese, which is head of Young Reporter in BBC News, and Nisha Kapoor, which is head of the Sustainability Working Group in BBC News. They'll do the first presentation, and then they will be followed by Astrid Rommetvedt, who's the project leader for the climate editorial board in NRK. And then we'll have a joint discussion. Hopefully there'll be some interchange of experiences between the two public broadcasters, but certainly there will also be room for questions and comments from you listening and watching this event. So let's now see if we have the very first person here on the Zoom here. Josie Verghese, are you here? Well, that's...
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning, Josie. Well, I'll hand it over to you, and you'll share the screen, and you won't hear or see me until after you've finished. So please, Josie, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I know my colleague, sorry, let me clear my throat. I know my colleague Nisha is just joining as we speak, so bear with us. I'm hoping you can all see that. You should be able to see a slide with my name and Nisha's name and some icons on it. Can you just confirm that you can hear me? Brilliant. Fantastic. So yeah, to introduce myself, I'm Josie. I'm an assistant editor for BBC News, and I lead specifically a project called Young Reporter, which is an initiative that works with 11 to 18-year-olds, working with young people through their schools, colleges and youth groups. To help them, we talk about three things: stories, skills, future. My role is obviously editorial. It's about helping them to share their stories and to be part of the news agenda, and for us to reflect the issues and subjects that are relevant to them. I've been at the BBC for about 15 years, worked in various different departments, and actually before I worked on Young Reporter, I worked for Newsround, which, as people may know, is the BBC's very long-standing news programme for children, so kind of under 12s. So that's my background. I'm hoping Nisha has now managed to join.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Nisha, we can hear you.
Hello, morning everyone.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, hello, I'm Nisha Kapoor and I'm the Senior News Editor at BBC News. I'm currently leading the commissioning group, and I've also launched 3 children's programmes, and I'm the sustainability lead across BBC News.
So we're just going to chat to you about some of the stuff that we are doing, both at BBC News, but actually more broadly, Nisha will reflect a little bit on the wider BBC kind of commitment to reporting climate change. And obviously we're doing that through the kind of lens, particularly of younger audiences. So yeah, we'll get started. Nisha, I'll let you kick off.
Thank you. So climate change is a big issue. It is probably the biggest issue in our lifetime and the biggest news story that we will be covering. And audiences know all about this. 4 out of 5 globally say that climate change poses a serious threat to well-being. They know that this is a big issue. There's quite a lot of research to show that audiences, it's in their top 2, 3 of the issues that they want us to cover as news broadcasters. I want to kind of draw your attention to some research that was done during the height of COVID. So this was in May, when most of a lot of the world was in lockdown and our audiences were at home, and their liberty was restricted. But even then, they all said, and this was 16 countries that the sample was, and the interviews were done in, and they said 71% said that they believe that global change is important as COVID-19. And I think one of the key things that they said was that 80% said they would do as much to tackle climate change as they would on COVID. So if that meant not going out, making massive changes to their lifestyle, they were willing to do that because they could see how important it was. Some of the sample even said that it was a dress rehearsal, that COVID was a dress rehearsal for our future if we don't make changes now. So younger audiences say that the climate change is, without doubt, the single most important issue for them. They see it as their fight, it's their future, and they want to have a say in how we change the world. It's interesting that last year, it was Greta was Googled more than any other, for this audience, more than Beyonce. It is so important, and we've seen how Greta's school strike resonated across the world, and they want to be heard and they want to get information constantly about it, and they see news broadcasters as the place where they can get that information. Factual information. There's a lot of fake news out there. There's a lot of dissenters. There's a lot of a lot of disagreement. But they want to get their news on climate change from established broadcasters. And this is so we've had to really think about how is it that we get that information to the audience in the way that they wanted to. This is a program that I launched earlier this year with Angelina Jolie for that very difficult age, the sort of average 13-year-olds, the 10 to the 15-year-olds who get their information from their timelines on their social media accounts. So we wanted to kind of give them something that would give it to them where they were looking for information, but factual content, and also to connect them with people around the world who are facing similar issues as them, so that they could see the effects of climate change around the world.
The race to save the Amazon rainforest. We meet the indigenous people trying to preserve the forest and their way of life.
Do I look like I could be part of the group? I think so.
And a ranching family who moved to the Amazon in search of opportunity. What does the future hold for the next generation living in the Amazon?
The question I ask myself, can the Amazon survive? And what should be done to protect it? And this is my world, my planet, my home, and yours.
So in that piece, it was really we spoke to young people in the Amazon telling their own story about what was going on. Josie?
Yeah. So that's just one example of a bespoke programme for younger audiences. But obviously, you know, the BBC News will and all our plethora of programmes and platforms means that there are lots of different ways that we can report on this subject for different audiences in different ways. And actually, that's what's key. We know there's this appetite. The Extinction Rebellion movement and the climate strikes, as Anita referenced, really captured audience attention, particularly in the last year. And so inevitably our reporting of the climate crisis has increased. But it's about varying that and adding different means of accessing it and different ways to interact with us, to tell those stories in different ways for different audiences. So these images just kind of reflect some of those bits and pieces over the last 6 months, really, from explainers about, digital explainers about what is climate change for all our audiences, which work across social and online, to the big interviews. Up that top, you'll see Justin Roller, our chief environmental correspondent, who sat down with Greta, albeit virtually, earlier this year, and how those long form interviews can then actually be utilised and reflected in a range of different ways across different programmes and platforms for different audiences. We know, research tells us that actually that key interview, that kind of those big sit down pieces with our experts are still really valued, but actually how we can visualize them and how we can get those out to different audiences in different ways on their phones, online, and interact with us about them is really key. So increasingly doing things on things like Instagram and allowing our audience to interact with us and really important. Using our experts, you know, the Instagram lives we've done, and providing really simple explainers and go-tos, but also taking young people particularly to different places around the world that they perhaps might not be able to go. So Newsround, the children's news programme, did a special programme earlier this year where they went to Fiji and, similarly to My World, reflected on the global aspect of the climate crisis and how one particular area of the world is kind of at the heart of it. BBC News research shows that people want more positive stories on this subject too. And kind of want to be able to see themselves and reflect their own lives within our reporting. It's not just about the science and the politics picture, particularly for younger audiences. They want to hear about some of the practical, actionable solutions and steps that they can personally take to help them engage and connect with the story beyond us simply telling them factual information. And so our tone and our treatment of story has definitely diversified, and is something that we're constantly adapting and trying to be innovative about. And young people are obviously the audience that keep us on our toes and allow us to do that, because they're adapting to the environment of technology and how they're consuming news faster than anyone else. So our challenge is to keep up with them, really. So going back to that kind of concept of how we connect stories to people's lives and experiences is kind of one of our key focuses increasingly in terms of climate related reporting. How can we help it resonate with people across all aspects of their lives and make them feel like perhaps they're learning something new, but equally can relate it to their own practical steps and kind of philosophy and values about where they're going with it. So this is another example of a clip where we've done that on a piece that isn't actually integrally about the environment or climate change, but it became a key element to a story for a particular group of, well, for a particular young audience. I'll let you have a taster. And just so you know, this is just a kind of cut down from within a longer 21-minute documentary that was also produced as a short news feature as well, both online, TV and radio.
I've spent about £30,000 to £40,000 on sneakers. Was that money well spent? I don't know. It was my choice. Maybe if I hadn't spent it on loads of sneakers, I could have got a car, bought a flat. But this isn't just about me. Over 1 billion pairs of sneakers are produced every year, and you can't produce that much of anything without having an impact on the planet.
As sort of the industry evolved over the years, they weren't thinking as much, it seems, about like, well, what's going to happen down the line?
Yeah.
You know, eventually, you know, all the sneakers have to go somewhere.
Where is it going to go?
Mostly right now, it's going to go to landfills. We can't really do a lot with it. We can't really recycle a lot of sneakers. It's one of those things that, you know, companies are working on now.
According to Nike, the average carbon footprint of their products is over 7 kilograms, about the same as a 10-mile drive. So what does that mean for the planet? Well, it would take one tree nearly 2 years to remove the carbon dioxide from one pair of shoes. With over 1 billion sneakers sold every year, that tree would need 2 billion years to offset their emissions.
So I am literally just outside of Leeds. It's my first time. It is freezing, but I'm meeting a young man named Keelan, and he's very much into his customization and restoration, and he has a really good point when it comes to talking about the environment. So I'm looking forward to it. Hi, hello, Keelan. Nice to meet you, Linny. Thank you so much.
I'm going to stop that because I think it's going out of sync. It certainly is for me. But you get the gist. It's that concept that obviously we know that young audiences, and actually all our audiences, have an appetite for more content reflecting the climate crisis and the environment. But we're also increasingly conscious that audience interest is shifted from climate change stats and facts and stories and kind of more traditional news to features and kind of content that reflects their ability and our ability as members of society to have to live sustainably, to kind of give them some insights and examples of how that can be done that relate to their world and their life. Again, audience research indicates young people particularly want to know how to make their own lifestyle changes that help the environment and understand the damage that's being done to them. And of course, it's young people who are most going to be affected in the long term and the impact of the climate crisis. So it's no surprise that they want us to represent some solutions and help them find some actions to help shape their future and reduce the consequences this crisis may have for them. And obviously, the media has a transformational role to play here. And particularly as a public service broadcaster, we see that that's a responsibility that the BBC has.
Yeah. So as Josie said, as a public service broadcaster, we have a responsibility to inform our audience about climate change and the effects of climate change. I think for so many years, journalists had an uncomfortable relationship with climate change because there was this, is it campaigning or is it fact? And in the BBC, we have made it very clear to our journalists that it is fact. As long as we are telling the story with facts, using the science, we are not campaigning. That is not an issue, because there was always an issue around, you know, how impartial can you be about climate change. And we're very clear that it is not an impartiality issue. Impartiality is the core of BBC News. Our values are to, our aim is to educate, inform and entertain, and that doesn't change with climate change. And impartiality is at the heart of our broadcasting. But it's not just about facts and figures and the environment and what's happening to the environment. It is about telling our audience how to live a sustainable life. And that is our public service responsibility. How can we give them facts and figures to and solutions to live a sustainable life? And in a way that, you know, I think the trainer report is a really good example of how climate change, sustainability permeates into lots of different areas, whether it's getting a job, whether it's business or health or, you know, social affairs, education. Climate change, sustainability permeates across, and it's up to us to tease that out for our audience and to give them solutions so that they have the tools to make decisions about how they live their lives. We've got another video to show you.
Yeah, so as Anita said, that those kind of in our editorial content, we want to be able to provide people, our audiences, but particularly young people, with the tools to be able to take on board what those stories are telling, and use that information to permeate into their own lives. But actually, particularly with young audiences, it's more than that. The BBC's values in terms of informing and educating also need to almost go a bit further to help those young people perhaps sometimes navigate the news that they're seeing, whether it be on climate change and other subjects. And that's something that BBC Young Reporter, but also our other kind of media education or young people focused output like My World, which Anita's already mentioned, Newsround, which I've mentioned, and the BBC Education portfolio, which is what we call Bite Size, which is kind of more learning resources for young people, is really important to do. We have a responsibility, and it's actually detailed in the Royal Charter for the BBC, to support young people's media literacy and understanding of the wider media landscape too, in order that they can access and fully interpret the content that we're creating for them. And it's particularly interesting in this area, as Nisha said, you know, we're now unequivocal that, you know, that it is the climate crisis, and that's very key and reflected in our output. However, we know, and I know certainly in the outreach work that I've done over the years working with young people, that understanding of impartiality and that understanding of fact versus opinion, it's a really difficult concept for them to understand, particularly in the kind of fragmented, diverse, hugely populated media landscape that we're now in. And as a consequence, BBC Young Reporter and other parts of the BBC, like My World, have also produced a kind of portfolio, both in terms of outreach and online, of media education resources to help young people navigate the news and journalism world that they are, or we're encouraging them to consume, whether it be on their mobile or online, or TV and radio. So we've produced resources that we deliver to schools, colleges and youth groups, and that are available online for people to access. And so I just thought I'd give you a little taster of this one, because one of the things that is really noticeable is that challenge to understand the difference between fact versus opinion in our reporting, and on subjects like climate change, where there are some differing views on it, that's particularly relevant. So here's a little bit of a taster of how we've been using our BBC News experts and journalists, to be transparent and help inform young people of that.
Why is the difference between the facts and opinion so important? Maybe one of my colleagues will have a good answer for us. Soda?
Hi.
Well, we come across this quite a lot when we're looking at disinformation, opinion dressed up as facts. And the problem is that sometimes this can leave the impression that something is a fact when it's actually an opinion. Good journalism will be clear about that difference.
So that's a really short clip of some of the online resources that we have. And it goes back to that kind of public service broadcaster trust value that we have. It's also reflective of that we want to be transparent in what we're doing, and we want to kind of ensure that we can be upfront with all our audiences about our agenda in terms of providing them with impartial and factual reporting on whatever subject it may be. So that's one example. More broadly, just in terms of media education, there's quite a lot of educational content related to climate and the environment for young people to access from a more learning perspective, including on the BBC Bitesize website, teenagers, real life examples of people working in different jobs that relate to the environment. The BBC Briefing is a way that they taking kind of some of that expert explainer advice and that's been tailored to fit into aspects of the school curriculum. And if anyone wants to know more information, particularly about media education side of what we do, then please don't hesitate to kind of to reach out and follow up separately, because it isn't obviously just related to the climate change subject. So as we've said throughout this presentation, really, we've increased our output and our content related to climate change. Explaining and exploring the climate crisis has become an increasing priority for BBC TV, radio and online. But it isn't just about news and journalism. And as we kind of move towards COP 2022, that's even more the case. It's a key editorial and content commitment across the entire organisation to help our audiences understand and connect with the subject ahead of COP 2022. In January, you may have seen that the BBC announced plans for more special programming and coverage on climate change, including new news services, TV and radio content under the umbrella of our Planet Now project. So this slide just indicates some of the sort of the range of non-news related content from Blue Peter, which is a children's programme, Green Badge, the monthly climate check, TV and online content that our BBC weather team, EastEnders, the soap, kind of how can we use more drama and non-factual content, our soap operas, as well as documentary and factual content, to weave in this subject to help raise awareness of social issues like climate change and others, to be honest, because we know that they play such a crucial role for our audiences that might be less engaged in news and current affairs. Sorry, Nisha, dip in.
And I was just about to say, sorry, Josie, that it's my role as a sustainability lead in BBC News is looking at how we ourselves are working within the environment and looking at our own sustainability goals and targets. So we look at things as ourselves, we look at things for our audience, but also we look at things in the industry. And the BBC worked with AFTA to come up with a tool on how to ensure that productions were sustainably made. And that is a real key part of our broadcasting as well, that we need to make sure that we are working in a sustainable way in our productions, so that we are our footprint, our carbon footprint is minimal in how we broadcast our material. And in the same way, we are also working with the rest of the industry in the UK to ensure that we are sharing our learnings, and we are making sure that television in particular, which has a terrible carbon footprint at the moment, is leading the way on how TV and broadcasting in general can be much more carbon neutral.
We know that young people, more than any audience, and certainly in my experience, we've got to walk the talk. That's how we will build trust. That's how we will engage them. So we can make beautiful blue planet documentaries, but actually being able to explain and give some context to how we're also trying to corporately ensure that we're not saying one thing and doing another is really important, and increasingly something that I think younger audiences question us about and will demand from us in the future. So that's us. A bit of a whistle-stop tour, but hopefully some kind of useful anecdotes and insights, and we look forward to taking questions with you later.
Thank you so much, Joshi and Nisha. We certainly have questions. I have a lot of questions already. And in the Zoom discussion room, the audience, you can also post questions and comments, and we will have them read out afterwards. But we'll have another presenter first before we take the questions. And that way there can also be questions between the presenters, because we now have Astrid Rummetvedt, who's been heading the climate project within the NRK. And she will talk a bit about how they've been working with these same topics. And Astrid, it's all yours. Welcome.
Hello, Andreas. Good morning. It's nice to be here, even though I can't see the audience. I will try to share my screen at first. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so my name is Astrid, and I'm head of one of two intertwined groups in doing climate journalism in the NRK. The Norwegian broadcaster has done some measures recently to improve its climate journalism. And I'm going to tell you the story of why and how we have been doing this. In 2018, let me see here. Just a minute. There were a few journalists doing climate stories in NRK. 2 years later, we have 15 journalists dedicated to work on climate issues. What happened during these 2 years? I will try to give a brief answer by showing our journey so far. I figured out 4 destinations for a journey to try to make it understandable for you. The call out, the discussions, the plan, and the job starts. So destination number 1, the call out. In January 2019, the results of a thorough study initiated by the NRK were presented. What subjects did not get enough coverage? This is important knowledge to NRK, because we have a responsibility to fill in the gaps of Norwegian media coverage. Climate ended up on top of the list, and the message was, NRK has to improve on climate. But a difficult question soon arose. How do we proceed? What does it mean to improve on climate journalism? So let's continue to destination number 2, the 7 discussions. Some weeks later, this group of people from all over the NRK was challenged to find good solutions, how to put climate higher on the agenda. First of all, we looked for causes. Why were we not doing enough on this subject? We found that no editorial groups were responsible, even though all groups conveyed that climate did concern them. The climate productions so far were results of individual ideas and initiatives. Stories that were easier to make and sell were chosen, like ones on health and crime. So what to do? We soon ended up having some really demanding and useful discussions. And I will try to describe those, and not necessarily the conclusions, because they came a little bit later. The first discussion is about our audience. Who are our target groups when it comes to climate? What needs do they have? Does NRK have a special responsibility for the elderly people? They are the ones who use the NRK the most, who know the least, and who have the most climate deniers. At the same time, we will talk to committed young people who have climate in their DNA and are eager to act. And then we will address people in the rural areas who might have different feelings about the climate issue compared to the urban people. At the same time, we know that people's attitudes towards climate change quickly, and if we do not know our audience well, we will not be able to create good content. The second discussion circles around the concept of climate. Our assignment was based on this concept, but what does it mean? What issues are we going to focus on? At least we had to choose our understanding to avoid misunderstandings and to have a language in common. We chose to understand climate as global warming and causes, consequences, adaptations, and solutions related to this. Each of these 4 topics has a number of issues that are related to it. What is obvious is that we are talking about a huge subject area. It's difficult to imagine that one journalist should be good at all this. On business, economics, technology, politics, science, etc. It's also clear that journalists need help to select and weight these areas. Discussion number 3, should the journalists be specialists or all-rounders? Because the topic is complicated and because journalists may lack competence, we will need dedicated journalists. The danger is that we build a climate silo that no one else and that no one else will do anything. And we can't risk that because the topic is interdisciplinary and belongs everywhere in the NRK. So climate must actually get out of the silo and become a natural part of the talk everywhere in NRK. The question was whether we can do both. Discussion number 4, quantity or quality? Climate issues were not covered very well. It was easy to respond by increasing our production. Just make more short stories. But maybe that wasn't the right answer. We know that people feel or get a fatigue and get a feeling of powerlessness from too many climate stories that often point in different directions. We must ensure that the measures not only increase the numbers of stories, but that we also lift the feature and investigative journalism that provide context, and will be remembered. Just as this award-winning story from, I think, 2018. The 5th discussion. Ethics are important to any journalist, and the more we talk about this, the safer we will be, and the less often we make mistakes. In investigative journalism, we talk a lot about simultaneous reply. In crime journalism, we talk about identification. In climate journalism, there are some other areas which are particularly challenging, and which we must talk about loudly not to make a mistake. It's about objectivity and the requirement for balance and at the same time telling the truth. And it's about objectivity in the sense that it's demanding to be a climate journalist and not be gripped by the severity of the crisis. That's why it is so important to talk about how the usual journalistic principles are our basis, just as we heard from the BBC. Also, when it comes to climate, the same rules go for climate journalism as for any other kind of journalism. The 6th discussion, how to speak when people don't want to listen. And this is one of the great discussions in the science of climate journalism, because people prefer not to relate to the climate issue. Shall we tell the grim reality and create fear? Or should we point to solutions and give hope? Research suggests that stories of fear and hope affect people differently. The hope stories, however, make people more eager to learn and read more. And then the most difficult discussion of them all. What do we want with our journalism? Do we want to enlighten, or do we want to achieve something more? Do we also want people to act? When do we cross the borderline of becoming activists? Surveys show that 80% of us know what is happening and accept global warming. Still, the action is absent. Maybe we know too little about the solutions, and maybe the solutions hurt too much. The NRK has done some successful events when it comes to making people act. With Line and the plastic campaign in 2018, I think, we got the whole of Norway out to pick plastics. And we triggered action when the director of the Norwegian Food Safety Authority resigned after NRK's stories. This is journalism in line with our goals. Making a mark is actually the core of our mission. Our assignment states that we must uncover matters worthy of criticism and help protect individuals and groups from neglect by public authorities or others. Still, demanding action is difficult and controversial when it comes to climate, especially when it comes to what kind of action do we want? What steps should we take to achieve our political goals? Okay, that were our 7 discussions, and now to the plan that we made. After 3 months of thinking, we suggested a plan. All groups in NRK are responsible for covering climate according to their perspective. We also need a dedicated group to tell stories that otherwise are not being told, news and in-depth. We need some sort of guide to help leaders and journalists make good decisions. Our CEO and his group of chief editors approved our plan. The green shift will have a huge impact on the Norwegian society, and we needed to cover it well. The risk of losing legitimacy is bigger if we don't do this than if we do, the CEO Tor Gjermund Eriksen said. The first thing we had to finish was the content guide in cooperation with him and his chief editors. And now we were inspired by a similar guide made by BBC some years earlier. This is what we finally agreed on, and it concludes of many of the discussions I just described. I don't have time to read all of this now, but there are some important keywords that I will highlight. Our target group is the general public. And we are fact-based. This is the same discussion or issue that you made in the BBC. And reports from the IPCC is actually facts. This is not individual opinions. Our coverage should primarily be on how action is being taken. And we should accentuate differing views. This guide has been useful already, and it has made us feel safer making decisions in a hectic everyday life and when getting criticism. We also made these paramount principles for content. It says that the NRK should explain, engage, and create accountability. The different editorial teams in the NRK are supposed to emphasize the principles that are relevant to them. Okay, destination number 4, the job starts. By late January this year, the new climate group started working, and we are divided in 2 teams. This is the news team based in Oslo. It consists of 9 journalists from all parts of the news division. Their background is from politics, economics and finance, foreign affairs, and breaking news. And as a team, they can serve all platforms from social media to evening TV news. Hans Kosoneida is the coordinator. And then we have Katrine Hammerstad, who is the strategic leader along her other daily tasks. And these journalists, they work part-time in the climate group, and they also work in their in the groups where they originally belong. And they, of course, work closely with my in-depth team in Bergen. At the moment, this team consists of 5 persons in addition to me. They also have different skills, like the ones in Oslo. One is an award-winning storyteller. One is an expert on climate issues. One on the fossil industries. And one is an experienced investigative journalist. The team has grown slowly since January, and the last one, a photographer and visual storyteller, joined us just recently. Our main platform is web and social media, but we also do TV and radio. Here, I will show you a video with some examples of what we have done so far. And I'm sorry, it's all in Norwegian, but at least you will get an idea of what we've been doing. Can you please tell me if the sound isn't there? Can you hear?
Så skal det handle om klimaendringer.
Dette her kan være den viktigste klimaløsningen du aldri har hørt om. Myr.
Her ser vi stranda før og etter at 4000 tonn søppel var fjernet.
Bare fra dette anlegget er det planlagt klimakutt tilsvarende hele Oslos bilpark.
Etter viktige svar om grønlandskvalens framtid.
Nitrogen som dere gjødsler med, det er med blant annet også kan frigjøre lystgass, og lystgass er altså flere hundre ganger mer potent enn CO2.
Skal vi klare å stoppe klimaendringene, så må vi gjøre det gjennom grønn vekst, der folk både får bedre liv og et bedre miljø.
Betyr det at klimatiltak som svir og ikke gir vekst, det er tiltak som regjeringen går forbi?
Slik jeg leser Klimakur, så er det veldig mye her som definitivt kan bidra til å kutte utslippene kraftig, uten at vi kutter utviklingen av velstanden i Norge.
For å si det sånn, vi nådde ikke målene for 2020, men vi hadde en klimakur 2020, så at en oppskrift på tiltak er ikke nødvendigvis nok.
Okay. When we started out, we soon realized that we had to narrow our focus because there were actually too many stories to be told. We decided to put extra efforts into 3 subjects. And then suddenly came COVID-19 and everything changed. For several months, the news journalists had to leave the climate group. And the in-depth group changed course and made stories on how human beings put pressure on both nature and climate. Here you can see some of the stories on human activity, biodiversity, and climate that we have made since March. They have been told on several platforms, not just as articles. Our assignment is to show how things are being connected. And therefore, it often feels wrong to separate the issue of climate and nature because they are so closely linked. Then an example of how the Oslo team and the Bergen team work together. One of the important debates in Norwegian politics this spring revolved around the Arctic and where to put the always moving ice edge in the Barents Sea, to put this edge on the map. The ice edge marks the limit for how far north the oil industry can operate. So this is what we did. The feature team made the long read about why the ice edge is politically explosive. including graphics and maps. We tried to explain a difficult debate for the general public. Then the news team, in cooperation with other journalists, focused on the political debate that moved on from one day to another. And I guess we were in the lead when it came to telling the Ice Edge story. Partly because I think we had decided in advance that this was important to us. Recently, we picked new focus areas for the year to come. I won't tell you which ones, except for the obvious, the Norwegian election next autumn and the climate summit in Glasgow, of course. Okay, what about the young ones? I know that your conference has a focus on the young ones, and finally I will just share some brief thoughts on that. To reach a young audience is important to the NRK because they are kind of hard to get. And we know that environmental issues concern them, so for us, putting climate higher on the agenda is a good thing. It can actually help us to reach the young generation. The NRK have groups that make content targeted for teenagers, like your group, Josie. This group making stories for Snapchat often welcome our climate stories to make their own versions of them. And the people working with Instagram publish quite a lot of environmental stuff as well, among other stories. In my group, we often make an effort to find a young angle. Right now, our youngest reporter is doing a story on circular economy in the construction industry, and she picked one of these girls as her main character. For this journalist, it's easier to find young perspectives because she's in the target group herself. This is a different story that we published in June. It's about carbon capture and storage. It's an important topic that involves huge amounts of money, but at the same time, it's complicated and kind of boring. We had no obvious young characters, but there was a way to reach the young ones even in this case. To the long read, we made pink and bubbly graphics. And this made it possible to create both a snap story and an explanatory video for Instagram. I'll give you a little glimpse, I think. Okay. Right now, my colleagues in Oslo are busy covering the national budget that were presented yesterday. 2 years ago, we didn't have one single story on the national budget in a climate perspective. This time we have, of course. Our dedicated journalists have a plan. Nothing is random. So I guess we have improved. Okay, this was our journey from 2018 until now. We're still on a journey, trying to figure out how to do things, and we're still learning. So that's all I have, Andreas. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Astrid and Josie and Nisha. I mean, this was really exciting. The first thought I had was that you reminded me how bad I am with visual presentations when I make my own PowerPoints. This was the amount of work that you put in and really showing the full breadth of what you've been doing is really impressive and systematic and everything. So I mean, I'm full of questions my own, but I thought maybe we could start just by you might have some questions or comments to each other. You know, you're two public broadcasters. There were obviously some similarities here, I guess, but perhaps some differences as well. You know, so I thought maybe if you want to comment on each other, we could start that.
So I'd like to know, Ingrid, how your audience focus, how your audience has reacted to the massive changes that you've made in the last 2 years. Have you had any response or data on any of that?
Well, at least we get lots of responses. People come to us with their stories. It's like when I open my Twitter every morning, I think I'm tagged by, I don't know how many people out there who wants us to tell their stories. And I think people have noticed that we're here. But at the same time, our stories are not marked. We cannot see that they come from us. And I'm wondering if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because, well, why should we tell that this comes from the climate group? It's from the NRK. So maybe we're not as visible as we could be. I don't know what is the right thing to do here. But I think people have noticed. Yeah,
and it's interesting what you were saying about the interaction as well, that people are getting in touch with you as well, because that we're finding is really important, that interaction with our audience.
The audience, and also the sources, the politicians, the scientists, and they come to us, I guess, because they see what we've been doing, and they so
I think it's really interesting what you said about that. Do you need to kind of be really clear around, that it's your little collective that's producing that content, or is it just in the mix of the wider news agenda? Because I think that's a real balance that, we strike, and particularly with young audiences, because those personalities and knowing those go-to experts is also really powerful and really kind of important, I think, particularly for younger audiences, to kind of feel that there's a particular reporter that is the expert on that. And it's that balance, isn't it, really? But I think there is something, I certainly know from my newsround days, that, and actually I'm sure, my world's the same, having that regular reporter or presenter also is a really important part of telling the story. And you can kind of go on a journey a bit with them as well sometimes. So, but you don't want to make it only about that, and it should also be covered in the mix of the wider news agenda too, which I think is really interesting. I think one of the things we've definitely done a bit more, and it's not just in the world of or not in the climate change content, is actually some, particularly online and in the digital space, giving a bit more personality to some of those experts, some of our kind of specialist journalists and correspondents, because we know that's how people connect, isn't it? It's about people. So yes, those reporters are impartial, objective, adults presenting news and factual information, but they're also people, and actually showing their experiences. I think, remember Justin Rowland, and I think someone else, one of our reporters, being part of the kind of, I think it was a piece about possibly recycling, but seeing him in his home doing that activity himself, that kind of taking it back to the individual, and giving them a personality and not just the man in the seat with a microphone, is also really important, particularly for younger audiences.
Opinions being fact-based, how do you do this?
Can I ask a question, kind of drawing from what Astrid was saying to Nisha and to Josie? I mean, one of the discussion that you mentioned, Astrid, was the discussion between specialists on the one hand and kind of getting out of the silo and making sure that everybody connected. I mean, BBC is an even larger organization, and you have obviously, as yourself, people dedicated to covering sustainability and climate change, but you also have training of journalists, and you want to take this kind of out of the specialized silo. Can you say a little bit about how you've been working with this balance between, on the one hand, getting journalists who really knows their stuff about the different climate-related stories, but on the other hand, making sure that the other journalists in the BBC says, well, that's their job. We won't worry about that.
Yeah, but we've had a program over the last few years where we have trained, or we're in the process of training every single journalist, and we are a big organization, global organization, and we have 2 courses. One is on ourselves and how we need to produce content sustainably, and the other is on it reporting climate change, and that's the name of the course. And we talk about the dilemma on, or kind of the considerations about impartiality and that fine line between impartiality and campaigning and where we sit, but also just how the story permeates across everything, and what is it we need to give our audience. Because sometimes we show lots of content, our own content, where we've said, could we have gone further? This is a brilliant investigation into how plastics have ended up, that should be recycled, have ended up in a landfill site in Turkey. But what are people supposed to do with that apart from feel shocked and outraged by it? How can you take that a step further so that audiences can question what it is they need to do about it, rather than saying it's a terrible thing, but it's over there and doesn't, I can't control it. And then, Ingrid talked about fear and, and the effect that just permeates a whole load of where people are concerned about it, but they can't really do anything about it.
And I would just add one of the things, so in that kind of fine line balance, like we said, around, kind of reporting and campaigning, and how do we kind of navigate that? And it is a fine line. Actually working with our kind of other areas of the BBC, the kind of factual programming and other, drama and children's, allows those stories sometimes to be taken a bit further when it can be a bit more about what solutions or what can the audience do, which might not be something that we can entirely go into from an editorial policy perspective in a news and journalism environment. And that collaboration is really important and really, powerful and hopefully more about solutions for the audience as well as just about the kind of journalism.
I guess you're also touching on a different kind of balance to be struck here between, as you say, solutions and climate emergency and urgency and so on. I mean, famously, I don't want you to hope, I want you to panic was one of the things that Greta Thunberg said. And I know you've been discussing this, on both hands, but, on the balance between, on the one hand, the urgency and the truth-telling mission of journalism to tell the truth, no matter how dire the truth, and on the other hand, hope and distinguishing perhaps between genuine hope, solutions that we can somehow trust in, problematic hopes, false hopes. You have the issue of greenwashing and so on. Could you say a little bit more about how you kind of strike that balance between kind of emergency and hope? Okay, do you want to start with that one? I know it's a tricky one.
Yeah, it's tricky. I think we always have that discussion. When we pick a story, we always look for the hope dimension of the story. But then it's, of course, it's our job not to be, we have to be, we're doing constructive journalism, trying, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that we can just tell the happy stories without being critical to it, of course. But no, so I think there's still a way to go to tell the good hope stories, because we cannot be just communicating things from from some kind of business who invented something, or and it's we have this responsibility to check the facts as well when there's a story about sneakers or whatever. We want to to show people solutions, but we have to fact check them as well, and that's our responsibility, and it's not an easy job at all. So yeah.
Nisha and Josie, what are your thoughts on this one?
I was just going to say, sorry, on the fact-checking thing, I think that's where, again, particularly for younger audiences, us communicating the challenge of that and what journalism is about. So going back to what I was talking about in terms of media literacy and education is also really important, that, it's not black and white. It's not a simple, we have these editorial conundrums and decisions to make every day in all our reports. Actually being transparent about that and helping inform our audiences of those fine lines, I think is really important to help enable them to understand why we might have made editorial choices or what it is, why we're reporting particular things. It's kind of almost that context of the piece is really significant, particularly with younger audiences.
Yeah, I totally agree. And then sometimes, around stories, that's as far as it goes. There aren't any solutions around it, and we need to be then saying this is the facts. This is what we know. This is that this is where where it ends. Really, we need to find solutions because these are the problems. And so sometimes you can't. There isn't hope in some areas, but it is pointing out that this is what's happening. This is the discussion around it. And as Josie said, taking the audience on that journey with us as we are trying to find the facts and trying to navigate through. That's a real key part of what we're trying to do.
Thank you. I have a question from Saqib. I think he's from Pakistan. I think I know him well here. My question is to Astrid. Not everyone can understand the complex climate stories. Are all the team members at NRK, do they all have science backgrounds? And how important is their educational background in terms of your recruitment to that part of NRK?
Yeah, that was it's something that I've been thinking a lot about when we started to build this group in Bergen. Because should I go for the good storytellers, the good journalists, or the ones with the most knowledge on climate issues? And I think, of course, you can find both in one person. But I think, it could be difficult to make a storyteller out of a scientist. We had some scientists applying for a job when we took in new ones. And I just felt, we cannot put scientists into a journalistic room, or they can, of course, they can help us, but it will take just so much work to make them storytellers and to learn the journalistic tools as well. So I think that a good journalist is able to learn quite a lot. Yeah. So, but of course, you can also get to both in one person, but if I have to choose, I go for the good journalists.
Yeah, and there's a follow-up from Saeed. Does NRK has a climate communication guide like the BBC? As per my knowledge, the BBC has a style guide for covering climate stories. Maybe Nina can confirm this. Does NRK has anything similar to that? If yes, what does it emphasize on and language of the stories and so on? Do you have anything stylistically working with that?
Like graphics or?
Isn't that more like how we kind of addresses it, the emergency things? Maybe you can enlighten us on this, Nisha, the style guide of the BBC. I think Saqib is right that you have something on this.
We have an editorial policy guide, and our editorial policy covers everything, not just climate change. So it's our reporting on working with children, how we need to conduct ourselves, as well as our editorial. Part of that, we are in the process of revising actually our climate change coverage guide.
Okay.
That's the answer. Yeah.
Another question is coming from Torsten Schäfer from Germany, and I think this is also first for you, Astrid. When you were working with your new kind of climate journalism, did you follow the BBC, the Guardian, Associated Press, now the German papers? There are also, I mean, to what extent were you following the kind of discussions in other media organizations when you were embarking on your journey, as you put it?
Yeah, we did some insight and had meetings with both the BBC and the Guardian and some American media companies. And we talked to Nordic broadcasters as well. So yeah, we did. Not any German, I think, but we learned a lot from the Guardian. They told us the process they had been through. And we learned, what's the difference between a broadcaster and the Guardian? Why can they do campaigning when we can't? We are much more like the BBC in that when it comes to that issue. So, yeah.
Kind of a pointy follow-up from what Kib was asking about style guides. I was noticing and watching CNN the other day. It was just a weather story, but it was all started with the graphics with the climate crisis. And I noticed how you, Nisha and Josie, were talking about the climate crisis. Of course, Britain, the UK, was the first country in the world who kind of declared climate crisis last year. In Norway, we officially from the Prime Minister, we haven't done that. So in terms of what word you use to describe this, is this climate change, global warming, now climate crisis? Is that word climate crisis important for you? Is that something that you argue whether to insert in graphics or and so on? After all, this is the first demand by Greta Thunberg and the young generation, that you have the first step is to declare it a crisis. So do you have some thoughts on how you think about that word climate crisis? Maybe Nisha, you want to start?
It's a very, very interesting question, and one that we debate constantly at the BBC. I think it's And we take it case by case, if I'm being perfectly honest, about whether we think it is right to use it or not right to use it in a particular broadcast. But I think our country declaring it as a climate crisis did open things up, that we were able to have a little bit more freedom in using it if it is kind of, using other people's words on it. But it's constant discussion around that, and one that we are trying to give guidance to our all of our journalists on how and when to use it as part of our kind of style guide, as we call it.
And in terms of young audiences, particularly because, as you said, it kind of came from Greta. So we know that young audiences are hearing it from her. So we also don't want to be alarmist unnecessarily for them, but equally we need to use and reflect the terminology that their peers, the Gretas, are using. So it's not black and white, it's that balance, and it's about not assuming that we always have to use it, but in the context of particular stories, it may be more relevant than others.
No, it's very similar, I would say. I think that if it will make a lot of noise if we go out and say like yes or no to climate crisis. Both of them will make a debate, I think. and I don't see the reason why we should decide. It's better to do it case by case, like Nisha says, and I think it's working well so far.
From Torsten here in Germany. How many media awards exist in Norway and the UK for climate or environmental reporting? Are there any similar awards for young reporters? Start with those questions.
I don't know the answer to that, I'm afraid.
No.
Do you, Josie?
No, I don't actually, particularly for young people. I mean, I can't think of any. I'm not sure there are journalistic ones for young people. There are various. I mean, actually, we reflect it in slides. Things like Blue Peter, which is a very long-standing children's program, have a Blue Peter environmental badge. It's a way that young people, will be given it if they are reflecting an activity that they're doing that's particularly supportive of their environment or the climate. And there are other non-BBC kind of awards related to that. But in terms of reporting, for young people, no. And I'm definitely not the expert to ask in terms of wider journalism awards. But I would think increasingly there will be, because there are journalism awards that do have specialisms. So if there aren't many yet, it wouldn't surprise me if it becomes a specialist subject, just as perhaps crime or whatever would be reflected.
Well, Torsten also has a follow-up question on journalism programs, whether there are studies being offered in climate journalism and so on. I know the answer for the Norwegian case. I mean, there are some climate journalism students listening now in our master's course, But Nisha and Josie, do you know if there's a kind of specialized climate journalism educational programs, retraining things from UK universities, or is that basically something that you mostly do in-house on your own?
Yeah, we have so Josie obviously runs the Young Reporter and people competition, and people can come to us with stories, and quite a few come with climate change stories. We also have our sort of training scheme where we bring in a variety of different journalists into the BBC, and they will have a rotation around different parts of the BBC, including the Science and Environment unit. So that's how we do it.
But that's all internal. Externally, I do some work with universities that are kind of training undergraduates in journalism, and I'm not aware that any have a bespoke course that's relating to climate. But again, I would think increasingly it will be effectively a module, just as another specialist area will be, because as we've just all reflected, there is a balance around, it's a fine line. And I think generally what I know around the UK kind of journalism training is, and it goes back to what we shared in the slides, is actually students that are taking on BA journalism type courses are that challenge, because of the generation that they are, of understanding impartiality, fact and opinion, is actually, it can't be taken for granted. And obviously on issues like climate change, it's all the more important. So I certainly know people that are training journalists that will use some of our resources even just to kind of help that conversation at a graduate level, to kind of provoke that discussion. But I don't think I'm not aware of that being specifically around climate.
Yeah. I have a follow-up question on that, Josie, and I guess this is for all of you. You have all talked about this, and of course, public broadcasting is mostly about informing its diverse audiences. But given that our focus on young people, I mean, there are some research indicated that, for instance, young audiences, when you address them on climate change, you have to address them from the feelings up, not from the numbers down, as Adam Corner and some associates in the UK puts it. So in terms of that particular group, you stress that it's a challenge to educate them on the facts and opinion, but isn't that almost inevitable given that sort of audience engagement, that you have to start with their feelings and what is close to their lives and so on? So is there a room for some sort of experimentation when we talk about journalism directed to this kind of climate young generation, or do you feel that it's mostly about taking that classical BBC or NRK ideal of informing the audience and just kind of educating young people in that kind of ethos, if you like?
From a young reporter perspective, no, it's all about being innovative and letting young people drive that. We learn from them, and actually that's what's really exciting about it. I think what we can be there is to kind of provide that toolkit and that framework and to have that discussion. But actually, what I think often, the trainer piece, it allows you to just kind of incorporate elements to a story that perhaps you might not have thought of, but in a slightly different way, and it not being so kind of like, this is what it's about. We know before we've even started watching it what we're going to get from the end of it. And obviously social media and different platforms, the digital space has also absolutely amplified, kind of the ability, but also the demand to be innovative in the way we tell stories. Whether it be the kind of tone and treatment, or whether it be, literally just that it's duration, it's kind of where it will crop up in someone's kind of timeline and when in the day, it's all of those things that are keeping us on our toes, and actually working with young people to learn from them a little bit is really important, and it's cool to, what I do and what I love about my job, really.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I think we're in a really exciting time in broadcasting at the moment, because I think as an organisation and as journalists, we are listening more than we ever did to our audience, and there is an engagement and an interaction, and we have a plethora of ways of getting to the audience and discussing with the audience, and so therefore we're being much more creative about the formats that we're using, news has changed massively and continues to, and it's very exciting, I think.
Yeah, I think meeting the young audience and learning from them is crucial for us if we are to survive. Actually, it's really because they are our audience for the years to come, and if we don't learn how to address them, I think we'll fail.
And what I think is particularly on this subject is because so many of them are really engaged in this as a subject, it's a way in. So if they're not engaged in news and current affairs, they're not engaged in journalism, as you said, it's that kind of, you work with them on that subject, you explore that, but you then go into explore how do you do that journalistically. So it's kind of is that.
Story and how that is being translated into climate action as the public engagement increased somehow. Do you have ways of measuring that? I feel tempted to add on Sakiv's behalf that I've sometimes wondered whether that very declaration of climate crisis in the UK last year had something to do with the David Attenborough documentary Climate Change, The Facts, that I think was launched about in April 2019, and then in the 2nd of May or something, then you had the motion moved in parliaments and so on. So I guess that might be an instance, but do you have any ways of measuring the impact of what you do?
Yeah, we have an audiences team who are looking into this as a big focus right now, actually, just to see how we should be speaking to our audience and just sort of, kind of gauging the interest. And that is really playing into all of our thinking, not just in the news side, but as an organisation. So we are constantly going out into the audience and doing qualitative and quantitative research around that.
And the most immediate way to see if you have been successful is, of course, to check social media. It's like it's like this. So that's maybe the easiest way to see if you have managed to trigger something, at least. But then to see if people go out to act after this, well, I don't know if how we can be sure if that was due to our journalism or not. But then also.
You started up in your presentation showing that even in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdown conditions in May this year, you know, the audiences were still very much preoccupied about climate change, and they still thought it was important. Now, Astrid, you mentioned that some of your newly founded editorial team on climate change had to shift directions from your plans, and some of you had to work with the COVID-19 stories, and then you found some ways of doing that. But obviously, we're living in strange times, you know, and we're having this strange conference here, and we're my question is really, how do you make sure that climate journalism, and perhaps particularly when there's no school strikes around because of the same quarantine conditions, there are digital strikes and so on, but they don't get the same kind of attention. How can you kind of resist the impulse to treat the kind of COVID-19 crisis in isolation from the broader climate stories that you both are so concerned about? You started in these new climate editorial rooms, and the minute when the COVID-19 crop, you showed once again how journalism has to adapt first and not foremost to the moment, to the news at the moment. So yeah. I guess that speaks a little bit about the difficulties of keeping climate change as a big story alive, if you like.
Yeah, but at that moment in March, you know, the stories we were doing right then were just like, well, we cannot do this. We have to just put it away, because people will be like, oh, what's this? It's not what they were interested in right then. So I think that's how it should be, because we have to be flexible. But at the same time, of course, we didn't do COVID stories just by random, of course. We tried to keep our perspective. And I think that was kind of successful. Of course, some of the news stories, I think, there was a gap in a period, a couple of months, and
crisis to the climate crisis is part of the COVID situation. Some of the stories you alluded to in terms of
and then the news stories, they were like the story we did on carbon capture and storage. You know, the political process was supposed to or the debates were supposed to start in May, I think, but of course they were postponed to June, so there was no need for us to publish this story. So we just had to wait, you know, to find the right time.
And I think I think we, you know, in that kind of immediate, maybe few weeks, there was nothing else on the news agenda. But actually, you know, increasingly, it's about how do you tell those stories which might relate to the COVID crisis. So, you know, we've done stuff related to increase of electric scooters, you know, the kind of process of more bike lanes, which have geared up and got, you know, moved on faster because of COVID. So it allows you to explore some of those issues that you might have done as a straight to standalone environment climate change piece, but actually it has a has a kind of narrative related to COVID now. So those have definitely continued to be reflected. The big Greta interview that our chief environmental correspondent did was in May, I think, kind of still relatively peak. And actually, it was kind of, it was all about that virtual conversation. What had she been doing in lockdown? So actually, there are ways that you can connect those two. That's just what we do in journalism, isn't it? It's rare that a story stands alone in silo. Coronavirus kind of did that a bit in May and in March and April. But, the audience demands more than that after a while. So we have to have that range of different stories. There might be a thread related to coronavirus in some of them, but it hasn't been all consuming. I mean, the bigger challenge, as Astrid reflected, is it was purely about staffing and, being able to physically produce content, because it was kind of all hands on deck for so many different reasons. And obviously now, how do we report those things when people are still working at home, and all of those practical challenges remain a challenge, but equally, again, relate to some opportunities around creativity and innovation. Did it matter that Justin was, talking to Greta via, Zoom? I don't think that did any harm to that interview whatsoever. It made no difference to the audience whether they were sitting in the same room or virtually. The interview was still the interview. It actually gave them more of a conversation discussion point, I would argue.
Thank you, all three of you. Well, I think we're going to close this session now. I want to thank you very much for your presentations, which were really, really good and well crafted. I should also repeat that. And the discussion is really interesting. I just want to wish you all the best of luck with your continuing work on this. I think that for journalists and for researchers and for young people all across the world, I mean, the thing that you're doing and the resources that you put into this is really some sort of beacon of hope, although the media itself may not be the main solution maker to climate change. I think that you are definitely part of what is happening on the plus side of this world at the moment. So once again, thank you so much for taking part in this, and I know and I hope we will see each other in the future. For the rest of the audience here, there's going to be a break now. We're going to start back at 11. So in 20 minutes, we'll start with visualizing climate change. And Tommy Smith is going to give a speech, and there'll be more room for discussing how to improve climate journalism then. So until 20 minutes, there's a break. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Improving Climate Journalism Conference. It just occurred to me that we have an anniversary today. It's exactly 2 years since the special report from the 1.5 degrees was launched by the International Panel on Climate Change. And I remember at that date sitting at the Environmental Directorate at the press conference, and one of the researchers said that this science report is the report that brings climate change closer to us in space and in time than ever before. Now, that well may be true, but whether we actually see it is also a question of how you visualize it. And our next speaker will go much more into that. Toby Smith is head of the Climate Visuals program head of Climate Visuals. He was actually supposed to speak at the conference for investigative journalists in Norway earlier this year. So that, along with many other things, was cancelled, of course. But we were very happy to have him come here and to talk about this very important question, how to visualize climate change. So, Toby Smith, you are on. We are going to discuss with you, but you will start it off.
Absolutely. Andreas, thanks for the introduction. And yeah, great segue with the IPCC report, as that's one of my slides coming up. So pleased to be involved. Hello, everyone. I'm getting used to virtual events. I'm very sad not to be meeting any of you in person. I'm here in my garage in the west of England, and I want as many of you to join me here as possible in this lecture. I want this to be as participatory as we can. Questions, interjections, challenges, clarification, extra links. I would love to hear from you and make this part of my talk. Andreas has access to everything you can put in your chat bar with regards to questions. And Andreas, please pick that mic back up and interrupt and introduce any of those comments as they come in. Please do.
Will do. And now I just do it for pedagogic purposes. Perfect.
Good test. Appreciate that. So this session is going to run we're going to try and make it as participatory as possible. So really the entire length is up to you guys. If I was completely on my own, it normally takes about 30 to 35 minutes to run through some of the things that I'm going to be discussing with you. I think really as a bit of a background is useful. I've been an environmental photojournalist for over a decade before working on the Climate Visuals program. I think the most important thing to take from that is I have an inherent bias and love of photography and the power of images to support and underpin communications. And any of you in tune with, of course, social media, reports, online world, especially in this virtual space, I hope will appreciate and love the requirement and the need to have really great photography and visuals in that work. And I think the key bit I want to start with is that if we were to sum up my role in one sentence, it would be make sure that the visuals are not just illustrative but effective and really powerful and incite positive change. That's really the challenge we have. I don't just want people to see climate change. I want the photography and the visuals to help take positive change through communications. Okay, let's get underway. And Andreas, you're going to please tell me when my screen pops up, just to make sure that it's working nicely. Let's go. I'm screen sharing. And how's that looking? Nice and full screen?
Yep. There it is.
Excellent. Okay, so a bit of background. The Climate Visuals is a mostly, as I said, in more robust language, we try to catalyze impactful climate change imagery. And Climate Visuals is part of a wider organization called Climate Outreach, and we are social science researchers, professional communicators, and really my role in this program is to bridge the gap between all of that research, the practitioners, editors, and contributors of the Photography Index. So all of the slides here will be, I'm going to share them with OsloMet after this talk. Every single slide you see here has hyperlinks out to external content. So please, if there's anything here you want to challenge or discuss with me, let's bring it into this talk. but otherwise you'll also have this deck after the conference, so you can jump off from any of these links as well. The wider climate outreach program really believes in storytelling through social science. So we really understand that climate change is a socially constructed narrative, and it works best when it's conveyed by trusted communicators that reflects their identity and validates their values. And obviously, one of the biggest challenges here is that there is no single personal categorization that fits any individual. So obviously, we like to look at audiences from a perspective of their identity and values, and not as a, there is no single person that looks like Mr. General Public. And the wider mission of climate outreach, there's 25 of us based in the UK and growing rapidly with a global reach, is to ensure that climate change, its impacts, are understood, accepted, and critically acted upon across the breadth of society. So, as specialists in climate communicators, in about 2015, our head of research, Dr. Adam Corner, really posed this question as to how little direct research there was looking at the visual components of communications in its broadest sense. And the team at Climate Outreach set about kind of really designing an ambitious body of research, this paper here, Climate Visuals 7 Principles, to try and address that in a really robust and evidence-based way. And I think that word evidence is really key to all of the work that we do at Climate Visuals and Climate Outreach. Is our advice and our insights come from a robust place, and fused with photography being such a subjective subject matter. So the paper here used a collection of over 300 editorial news-style climate change imagery, and did interviews with stakeholders and participants in North America, the UK, and Germany, which together we consider to be high-emitting kind of nations. We used a social science technique called narrative workshops in both London and Berlin to try and understand the kind of salience and the power, the psychological effects, the efficacy, the politics and the value, the aesthetics and the humor of this large body of work, before taking it out to an online survey that reached a further 3,000 people, which from a research perspective is a really great catchment. We questioned those people by survey, how they respond to these different collections of images from a kind of practical, emotional perspective. How do the images make people feel? We update that evidence base was released in 2016, and in 2020, in conjunction with Saffron O'Neill and Exeter University, we hosted a Visualizing Climate Change hackathon at the beginning of the year, where we assembled some industry experts and over 18 academics who all specialize in how people respond to imagery, often ones of climate change, to try and see if we can refresh and reboot our evidence base. And one of the things that we're really pleased to say is that obviously in 2019, climate change rapidly rose up the news agenda and kind of global political agenda. But the original evidence that we published in 2017 and our advice came out of this in a robust way. So, basically we kind of brought our evidence base up to date.
Toby, just a follow-up. You produced your stuff in 2017, but as you just said, obviously it was now in 2019 that climate change rose much more in the media. Do you think is there more interest within journalism and media organization as such for your work now in 2019 than there were when you kicked it off in 2017? Did you feel a pickup of an interest?
Absolutely. I think, and it's really, loads of people would like to claim successes or reasons or to understand exactly why climate change rose up the media and political agenda in 2019. I like to take the view that there was multiple fires and different reasons why that came up. I think there's been an interesting shift in the media about not all media, but many of the major publications seeing climate change not just as an area to promote coverage, but to actually take a sense of responsibility and take a solid standpoint. And I think that is, here from a UK context, the best live example I can give of that is David Attenborough going from being a grey and neutral natural history producer to suddenly releasing a campaign documentary in the last few weeks. And that shift happened across a number of major media titles across 2019. The second shift, which is the founding part of our organization, is people are interested in the coverage in their communications being effective and impactful. It's no longer good enough to just report or document the present tense. I think journalists and the media have a sense of responsibility and a personal interest in actually making sure that what they publish and how they engage with people is not just kind of taken up or has great readership analytics, but actually how can they reach people and actually start to move the needle on something as broad as climate change. It's meant for us as a program. We're growing. I wish there was 10 of me most days of the week to do all the work that I could do. And as a result, we've needed to be really strategic with who we work with to get maximum effect. We can't answer all the phone calls, to be honest.
Well, thanks for including us in your strategy then.
You're very welcome. So picking this back up, it's actually a good segue as well. So one of the things that is kind of really, let me just bring share back on. One of the elements that's full screen, Andreas, how's that? Yeah.
Yes.
So one of the things we have is trying to make our resources accessible at scale. Is Climate Visuals also hosts an image library of content. Unlike a lot of other agencies or media organizations, we refer to other content out on the internet that we validate as being successful and powerful. And what's nice about a library or any online resource is this is 100% scalable. So despite us being a small team, we have over 3,500 unique users every month come to the Climate Visuals library and either look at content for an example of how it works or actually take images. And I'm really pleased that we are expanding and relaunching that library in 2021 so that we can go from adding several hundred images a month to really starting to have a dynamic relationship with photography. And our kind of balance there is 50% of the content is free to air, Creative Commons, anyone can access, license and uses it. And the other 50% of the work that we add to the library will be rights managed. That is to say, people need to purchase a license to use it in professional publications. Okay. So it could be worth a little examples of the kind of way in which we engage folk. I think The Guardian, mixing in with that, to answer your last question, Andreas, The Guardian released a climate imagery pledge in 2019, which set to, in the way that they scrutinize the language they use around climate crisis and climate change, set to improve the imagery that they use. We also recognize, especially heightened during COVID, that the financial means and actually the investment in producing new media around climate change is lacking. So we try and produce photography grants. And one of the areas we're also interested in is how to best communicate climate change during COVID. I wish it was after COVID, but I keep having to change my slide from post-COVID to during COVID as it passes on. And we've also partnered with the World Press Photo and are starting to try and look at other nuances of the photography industry as well. It's great you mentioned the IPCC's report, as one of the areas I think is really interesting is that trying to see large government or international level science and research and experts and communicators are starting to want to engage and understand better how to communicate directly, as are university professors, PhD students. This idea of using better imagery to illustrate their reports. And for those of you in the room, it might be a safe audience, but any type of communication or expert engagement will benefit from quality images, right through from design all the way through down to how effective it will be on social media. Here's the aforementioned Guardian article. If you Google Guardian climate visuals, this will be the first link that comes up. We also try and recognize the best photography that's out there. Try and make it, intersectional as possible. So this is an example here in Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, India. This was the winner of our Climate Visuals Photography Award last year, where we're trying to illustrate areas where climate change solutions, and we're trying to move towards solutions coverage, has both a societal and climate benefit. So this is a slum area of India where bringing in solar lighting has a developmental, security, gender and climatic benefit to the community. And these kind of interfaces is where I think photography can play a really important role. As mentioned, we've also released some grants to try and raise awareness of good photography work. A particular highlight is Aji Setiawan's work in Indonesia, looking at the flooding in Java. This really powerful body of work produced by a new committed local photojournalist, mixing intimate access with elements of scale. I'll come back to why that's so important. And also this idea that if you thought you were starting to live with climate change in Norway and having it affect your daily lives, do cast a thought for those in Southeast Asia where it's literally in their living room. The second grant we awarded to us was fascinating, especially ahead of what's going on with the US elections. Greg Kahn is documenting an almost identical story, not on the Southeast island of Indonesia, but on the eastern seaboard of the US. And for us, this really goes to show how climate change and photography is a fantastic way of covering what is actually an identical story at its root, but the visuals add such an area of localization, humanity, and power to a story that is identical, but the political, socioeconomic, ethnic, geographic, every different angle of these stories of Eastern US and Southeast Asia could not be more different. Yet climate change is affecting these communities and also making them incur this incredible sense of resilience all by itself. And to me, one of the reasons why I love photography and it's so powerful is you can take a global story and zero in on local and diverse aspects to it. Hot off the press yesterday at 8 p.m, 8 a.m, Climate Visuals and my own advice and experience has focused for the last year on editorial. We like to separate photography or visuals that are working in a journalistic and a media sense, which I think is most appropriate to everybody tuning in today. But so much of the graphics, the adverts, the campaigns, especially when they have the finances to be promoted to you on social media advertising, rising up your Twitter feed, rising up your Instagram feed, are developed and chosen by brands, corporations, and companies. And this is a much harder area to kind of influence and control, as if I'm being honest, those images and those campaigns are often developed to specifically help generate and promote certain products. But by partnering with Getty Images, we found their new research suggests how for the first time, you and me and everyone consuming images wants to see the corporate world and corporate communications start to embrace solid and measurable kind of changes in how they use photography. So
Toby,
these 4 guidelines here help illustrate that. Andreas.
Toby, I have a question from Saqib from Pakistan here for you. Dear Toby, is it possible to capture and visualize climate adaptation and mitigation processes? If yes, for example, what can be shown and will that have impact?
Excellent. So to answer the last part, yes, it will have impact. And one of the things that kind of slightly biases media coverage is that, being frank, climatic change expressed as impacts and causes, being very colloquial, is really cinematic, exciting, and easy to photograph and publish, and it works well with our kind of interests in clickbait, etc. So, but the harder narrative to capture, but the one that is actually more important, we feel, and effective in moving narratives forward is exactly what you brought to the table. Is this idea of mitigation and resilience, especially at a community level. These kind of localized small stories, they might feel insignificant or small from a photographer's perspective, but those we are finding are the ones that really resonate with people. And the other part that I would add to that is, if we crassly look at climate change as having causes and effects and impacts, the third part of that story is solutions. And I'm really pleased to see that if 2019 was the year that climate change started to push through the media, 2020 and those stories of resilience, mitigation, as well as solutions and justice is where the narrative is starting to head. There's complex reasons why photography is harder in that world, but I am all for encouraging and waving the flag of anyone working and documenting those stories. The media and our audiences would love to see them. Okay, so I think as a rough for the next kind of 10 to 15 minutes, I'm going to run through really the 7 best tools in my toolbox that I use here at Climate Visuals. The research I showed you in 2016 and tested again earlier this year developed 7 principles for climate change visual communication. The word principles here is key, and just so that I'm not a victim of translation, these are not rules. This is a playbook. This is advice. These are insights and guidelines that need to mix with expertise that a photographer or an editor will have in choosing images. I slightly disagree with the phrase that everyone is a photographer, but I certainly agree that in the publishing and the media world, everyone is certainly an editor of photography. You do that simply by reading through your social media streams. So these 7 principles really are our kind of playbook that we like to place as a lens over photography. Okay, so pushing through some of these. As I mentioned, photography is an incredibly subjective medium. People's tastes, what they are attracted to from an aesthetic point of view, is massively influenced by someone's own history and background and politics and demography. That's the core to our work. And we hold that in balance with the subjectivity of what makes fantastic imagery. So rather than try and impress on you my own opinion as to what makes great photography, to illustrate the next part of my talk, I've actually slightly cheated, and I really love to use the World Press Photos environmental winners over the last 4 years to illustrate my talks. The reason being, the World Press Photo shares so many of the values I hold dear, recognizing the power of visual storytelling, but also trying to make it as robust and as useful and as prevalent as possible. And also, what I love about the World Press Photo is their commitment to having a really broad, global, independent judging system. So when I show you these pictures as to what makes great photography, it's not just my opinion, it's the opinion of about 60 independent judges. So I feel it has a bit more clout to it. So the first one is to show real people. I think this is at the heart of all good journalistic practice. Not everyone is a professional at reading images, but everybody glancing at an image in any part of the world can smell fake. And any imagery that is constructed or kind of artificially produced or is potentially cobbled together to illustrate a purpose, really people will call you out immediately. Also, interestingly, for this exact reason, politicians at photo shoots globally seem to think that turning up for a press call to plant a tree or plant a spade in the ground advances their media agenda. I would just like to suggest to them very honestly that putting those pictures out in the media has the opposite effect. It turns people off. They can see what they're doing. It doesn't take a professional image reader to see a press photo shoot being pulled together, and they will see straight through it. And actually, fake images undermines all of the written messages that accompany them. The picture I've chosen is shot by Katie Olinsky for National Geographic up in Alaska, showing this is a slightly alternative vision of an Alaskan community. You'll note the absence of snow and ice in this picture. And it's looking at the reality of real people and real communities, not cinematic permafrost or sleds or ski-doos, but this is the harsh reality of communities in Alaska being forced to relocate as the permafrost and air conditions change. There's a real honesty in this picture. The children aren't posing, yet layered up. You have everything from the community, and it's just a great shot. Another image which I think touches on this idea of resilience and mitigation from the question I had. And at this point, please, Andreas, any questions, bring them in. If you can see any, let's have a go. This image here, shot by Roman Espinosa for the Associated Press, shows rescue volunteers in the Bahamas. And it goes back to this idea of resilience and mitigation that our participant from Pakistan brought up. This bringing together of a community and how they face the adversity of climate change is so powerful, showing real people, not even the rescue services here, getting involved. The second one, which I think is a call to actions for new journalism and new reportage and ideas and research and making sure that you've really read around what's published already, is to tell new and inspiring stories around climate change. There's no point investing time, resources, keystrokes, or page space on something that people have already discussed or heard. You'll just be entering the fog of climate change coverage. Whereas a new aspect, it can be humorous, it can be subversive, is a really fantastic way of engaging with people.
Toby, here's a question for you on that note, and perhaps it kind of morphs into the next part as well. Torsten Schäfer from Germany asks, how can you visualize local climate stories in rural areas? What are new pictures and ideas in that area?
Torsten, that's a great question, and it is exactly the same as the question The Guardian gave me in August of 2019, and also the Norwegian Met Office asked me in a consultation earlier this year. The rural areas of communities, the custodians of the land, the people producing our food, are often really at the coalface of climatic change. The sensitivity of crops and animals and what is often a fragile economy. I don't know many small-scale rich farmers in 2020, either in Europe or beyond. And if you look at subsistence farming in potentially in the global south or more developing countries, the effect that climate change is having on entire social structures and populations that rely on farming for their own food is huge. I think it links to my first point. The best way that you will find these stories is on the ground engagement and conversation. And here I'm talking from someone who's worked in photography myself. You won't find those stories on the internet. You won't find them on social media. But you may find them in weather reports or agricultural newspapers. One of the things I used to love reading was Farmers Weekly. Sorry, Torsten, I just had a bug. Is my presentation?
Toby,
presentation
just a brief follow-up from I asked. I know Torsten was working a lot with questions of rivers in Germany. So yes, what about in a European context? I mean, you mentioned agriculture in the global south, but how would you go about producing new images, rural areas in a European context?
I think the river point is interesting, right? So I'm clutching here at my potted understanding of European. It's not my area of expertise. Disclaimer. I'd be pretty good talking about agriculture in the UK, so I'm going to assume that some of the forces acting upon them are quite similar. I think water and temperature are hugely intersectional, and I think it goes back to this idea that I hope everybody in this room already sees how climate change is not a singular issue, but one that underpins and relates to so many factors, nowhere more so than agriculture. Personally, I like the idea that photography is very good at following things at a resource level or plotting alternative narratives, following an individual farm or following the relationship of a river or the water or photography is fantastic at demonstrating seasonality across a year, which of course takes time and investment. And again, I think all of that can start from conversations with farmers and those who will, with respect to the meteorological services of Europe, will have a very, very keen understanding of what climate change at macroscopic levels affects on their communities. And the effects on their communities might also be nuanced, whether that's just economic, or the way farmers change their practice, or different crops that are being sown at different years. These all make great visuals.
Just even a more follow-up from Torsten on this. What about animals? I mean, and how far do you can you animalize visual stories by taking animals and not just people and farmers as protagonists?
Absolutely. So another disclaimer is that our research doesn't yet cover our response to animals, but one of the things that I think is absolutely robust is our emotional response to animals and animal husbandry. There's an extreme to this which demonstrated how powerful that was, and I do suggest that it's the extreme. I feel the coverage of the Australian wildfires was unique and went vertical on engagement when we started seeing barbecued kangaroos, to be frank. That is what really, really went crazy on social media and really lit the touch paper of celebrity endorsements and Twitter campaigns and national articles. And I think one of the reasons why is because of our emotional connection with animals, but also it goes back to our other advice on telling new stories, right? And the bit that's harder in Europe is we don't necessarily if a farmer in Germany has a bad year, it suddenly doesn't mean their entire landscape is desertified and cracked and brown, right? The changes are more subtle. But the way in which livestock interact, the way in which they potentially consume more water, a farmer needing to purchase at great cost animal feed because his pasture has had a poor year. The visual cues to this changing relationship with animals does exist. And I think one of the other elements that can sidecar into that is, with caution, is, the changing relationship we have with meat consumption as well, which obviously has a huge relationship to agriculture. Another example of how climate stories start to intersect. Torsten, send me your project when it's finished, by the way. It's exactly the type of material that I would love to see more of. Cool, where's that share button gone? Here we go. Okay, so an example of subverting a familiar, telling a new story is the principle we're on. An example of subverting the familiar is we've all seen pictures about trash, pollution, plastic. These are not new stories. And I think Luca Locatelli, shooting for National Geographic, did an incredible job of digging into the bleeding edge of trash and recycling and circular economy stories. They're kind of constructing here images and scenarios that take what is a familiar problem and takes it to factor 12 on the volume scale. This image looks at sustainable fashion in Milan, and this is my personal favorite. As another disclaimer, I'm personally obsessed with recycling and power generation. So when you put recycling, power generation, and a ski slope in the same picture in the middle of Copenhagen, to me, this is just a wonderful subversion of what we start needing to do as a society. This is a great image, and it's something I'd like to see in every capital city, to be honest. Or also the idea of how to use photography to make some of the weird tech stories that aren't yet visible engaging. Here is algae treating wastewater of nitrogen and also generating biomass. So this is where a photographer is using his camera to push into and make other stories more interesting that we may not have seen yet. So the third principle I'm sharing with you is showing climate change causes at scale. There's actually a really interesting and unexpected reason as to why this is so important. If you show individualized actions, someone eating a steak, someone driving a polluting car, it can actually really promote a defensive reaction in people. They feel criticized themselves, and it switches them off to the message. But showing photography or elements of them contributing to climate change, either from a positive or a negative standpoint, at scale, removes that confrontation with someone's individual values and starts to make it a societal issue. Here, George Steinmetz, again for Nat Geo, is showing how China is coming up with innovative solutions to try and feed itself for the next decade. These are sea cucumbers being farmed on an enormous scale. Or also the kind of combination of, arguably these factory workers in Shanghai have lost their humanity or their individualness, but by showing a plant at this scale, mixing with infographics, it's a much more effective way.
Toby, can you just show it full screen? You know, people are commenting that you're not so. The present mode is not. The photos are so great, so it would be great to see.
And let me have a little. Play.
There it is.
There we go. Excellent. Thank you, Andreas. So the number 4 is to show emotionally powerful impacts. This is climatic impacts. I think there's an idea here, though, that I would, before we go into this, I would argue a little bit of restraint. We've seen extreme weather events, droughts, migration linked to climatic events that is emotionally powerful. I would urge people in their narrative structure to couple it to positive stories of hope. This makes for a really great mix in coverage. And to me, this idea of resilience is, we've seen the apocalyptic scenes of orange skies over San Francisco recently, but the idea that here in Australia, a family and their dog are playing with bubbles under a dystopian Blade Runner lighting treatment just is so surreal to me personally, that it just, the idea that this is the new normal, or that this is something that may happen, becomes almost ridicule when you consider that, major parts of developed and developing world economies are starting to realize to enjoy their playgrounds in thick smog and bright orange light. When only last year, Ridley Scott in Blade Runner was treating this as the apocalyptic sky of the future. It's currently all over, the US and massively over Australia this year. Climate change is not happening next week. It's already here, and it scares me that we're already getting used to it. This is a wonderful body of work, again, up close and personal by Sean Davey for Agence France Presse. And I think the colours and the tone of the Australian wildfires was the first time we all as consumers saw this orange glow. And again, it came to the forefront of the media in the US, again this year with the wildfires in California. What are we on? Number 5. So understand your audience. I think this is such a critical point. We're going to be releasing this statement soon and extending it to understand your audience and their platform. You can no longer separate the demographics or the person you're talking to from the platform, the device, the screen, or the magazine that they're engaging with. And understanding your audience is really critical, as it's often the political persuasion, left, right, middle, that has one of the greatest effects on how people respond to imagery. I also know from my limited understanding of Norway and its kind of diversity of audience that it's particularly polarized as an audience group. So how different groups from the left, the right, the conservative, the liberals, climate change, environmentalists, or climate deniers, the way in which they respond to imagery, so therefore the imagery that you choose when trying to reach those audiences needs to work well. And I don't have any specific advice for this, because the people that understand their audiences best are the people engaging and talking to them. And this is where I think traditional news, people with huge social media followings, especially the younger generation playing with TikTok and Instagram, they know their audience. They know what works. They know what gets engagement. I'm sat here close to the age of 40 in the UK. I'm not going to tell people what to put on their Instagram feeds in Norway at the age of 20, because you will know what resonates with your group better than I. But I think to try and maintain that mindset is the best perspective. Telegraph here in the UK is a conservative, slightly to the right, being polite paper. Noah Berger for the Associated Press. This is a shot of the wildfires. We're particularly proud at Climate Outreach of understanding what actually is appealing to the Conservatives, especially useful in the UK as we have a Conservative majority in our government. So the idea of what resonates with people's attachment to the land, that sense of preservation of old customs or landscape. They feel particularly threatened and engaged to see landscape or a way of life that they hold dear threatened. And to me, this picture from Noah Berger, I'm sorry, I'm having a very Hollywood-inspired day today. I just look at this and think of Apocalypse Now. And the idea that this is almost a battle on the plains of California for America. This idea of images resonating with politics is so important. And also another element here, thinking about platform, is what works at different sizes. I think this image works if I shrunk it down to a tiny old phone. It also works if printed in a broadsheet magazine or a full screen on an iMac like I'm looking at it now. This idea that photography should understand and work better with the platform from a technical sense. What works well on social, what works well in print, and this idea that you can't put things in the middle because pieces of paper fold in half. That's a very old compositional strategy for photography. Showing local but serious impacts. For reasons of time, I'm going to buzz slightly over this one. We've already talked about the relationship with animals. Here is Matthew Abbott's shot for panels from the New York Times, but also in his own interview, how this image was shared by news, Greta Thunberg, and celebrities. Not many people get to experience producing an image. They're becoming so well known. This is almost a household image for people now because of that composition, that emotional impact. And finally, I was going to finish out with the idea of being careful with protest imagery. XR, school strikes have done a huge amount of work to diversify our concept of protesters. But if people see protesters from a different socioeconomic class or from a different political persuasion that they don't identify with, over-publicizing protest or strike imagery can actually undermine messagery. And so I think what school strikes and XR and other protests have done is they've done to really diversify who is a protester in 2019 and 2020. It's no longer the kind of hardcore environmentalists we see on the streets. We're seeing children, we're seeing grandmothers. And I think principle number 9, which I hope to release soon, is that we're so very aware that the environmental movement is not as diverse as it should be, especially from a ethnic and social economic perspective. And I think one of the things that we really need to start doing with photography, beyond the advice here, is to empower and diversify the voices and the communities that we're photographing. Some of this is discussed in more detail in this opinion piece I wrote called "Why Can't the Media Visualize Climate Solutions?" That's available on the Climate Visuals blog, and it's an opinion piece from me, but it's a lot of it's evidence based and brings in some of the relationships I've had with the media over the last year. Okay, that's my formal whistle stop done, Andreas. We've got, I think, 15 minutes left. So if anyone's still here, I hope you are, fire in questions, challenge me, send examples, specific links. We can talk about news articles you may have seen, have liked or hated. I'm interested in those as well. Or anyone who may be hiding at the back of the auditorium in Oslo, come in as well.
Yeah, just while I wait for the questions ticking in here, Toby. I mean, that last advice that you had, careful with protest imagery, you kind of half answered a question I had in my mind already, which was that, I mean, again, those guidelines were from what, 2017 or something? And then...
That particular principle was where we focused a lot of our hackathon in 2020, as we realized that in an area that the visual index, as I call it, had significantly moved on. So
yeah, exactly.
At the moment, I feel we're at the position where, well, basically the report's being written and being reviewed. So I can talk about it, and I'm really pleased when it comes out that I can give you robust answers. But I'm happy to discuss here.
Yeah. So it's more of a discussion than the robust knowledge, because obviously, as you mentioned, the number of protest images, particularly with the school strikes, Extinction Rebellion, and so on, did diversify. So, I mean, is your sense that you can say something more about which protest imagery should you be particularly careful about, and which protest imagery would you think would work better or less kind of off-putting, if you like? I mean, do you have a sense that diversification of protest imageries that we've probably seen over the last year or two kind of calls for new ideas about how to cover it?
I think so. I think I'm often interested, as I mentioned about when we were discussing with Torsten, this idea of, and I especially cover it in that article I just mentioned, about what practically or just societally biases towards certain images. So one of the things that I think is as a disclaimer before we get in there, and something to observe, is one of the reasons we've seen so many protest imagery is, with respect to the photojournalists covering it, it's easy. Right, they are happening in cities, public places, in metropolitan areas. There's a natural gathering of people. The protesters themselves advertise the protest, giving journalists and photographers plenty of time to access them, and they're extremely good in a press context. So, I think in a way we have to. I'd like to really encourage the photographers and the journalists to push past the picket line and go into some of the stories and the diversity, that's my key word, of the individuals who are attending protests. When I've seen portraiture pieces following protesters back around the UK to where they've come from, or looking at the motivations for protest, I think that makes for really great coverage, rather than looking at protest as a wall of small heads. It's this idea of those individual diversity of social economic backgrounds and reasons and motivations and emotions that have built up that wave of protest. I think there's rich pickings in there. I think the main point as to why we've seen it get more coverage and not necessarily more traction is XR has, and school strikes in particular, have diversified it, especially from the youth. Anyone who's a parent who sees a 9-year-old protesting about climate change at Parliament, I get emotional thinking about it. To me, that is so powerful. It's not just the edges of society that are already angry at politics, but the idea that the youth of today is engaged with climate change as their first political issue is something extremely powerful to anybody that thinks from that perspective.
On this,
Please.
which you can probably continue your same reasoning on this, but it's a broader question from Claudia, who's a photojournalist herself. So she has a question about how to avoid cliches in our climate coverage, and not just in terms of protest imagery, but in terms of, the ice bears, the Indian people on the run from floods, and so on. How do you specifically avoid the cliches in that kind of photo situations?
I think what's nice about avoiding, well, there's a double-edged sword here, right? Cliches are easier to research because they're everywhere, but they're harder to avoid. So there's a kind of, it's easy to find your cliches, and it's also one of the ways to avoid it is to show courage. Whenever I talk, especially in more restrained branding exercises, I'll give you an example. So often cliches occur by a death by committee, right? So as a photographer, you have the opportunity to do, if you have an understanding client, to do whatever they want, or an understanding editor to photograph what they think will make the best story. I enjoyed in my photographic career ensuring I had time and a bit of resources to also give them other angles better than the cliche, more stronger, a bit braver, because often editors or clients don't know what they want until they see it. And so there's a sense of kind of leadership or commitment or bravery from both journalists and photographers to publish what they know will work, but also push the envelope into new content in that sense. And if we have time as well, I'd love to hear more examples of what people think are cliches, especially in the Norwegian context. Polar bears are a huge cliche. They still have value in signifying climate change, but if you look at our 7 climate visuals principles, polar bears are not a local emotional human issue. They are not even at scale. They fail to tick so many of the boxes that make for powerful photography.
Great. Another question coming in here, Torsten again from Darmstadt. How far can you combine the individualism and escapism of green lifestyle stories and visuality, health, beauty of nature, even yoga in woods, with the critical perspective of climate photojournalism?
So I think in that sense, it may not be, Torsten, your responsibility to combine them. Your work will be published in other publications or into this scrum of content. And if you're focusing on measurable, possible, positive aspects of climate change, and then publishing it into the cloud that is the media, you may not need to, within your individual story, need to be too concerned with all the bad stuff, right? Because actually, we have plenty of that. What we need is solutions or a sense of lifestyles that are practical, that people can actually feel they can embody or take on themselves, actions people can take. And I think if you are covering that type of story, make it accessible for people, right? There's a sense of showing aspirational lifestyles, but if they're too aspirational and unrealistic for people, you're not giving them anything that they can reach themselves. And so there's an idea maybe in your diversity of showing things that everybody could do and things that are the extreme examples as well. I think that's where the question was headed, but I'll happily take it again if it's in a different way.
Great. Is there more? No more questions here from comment session so far here. Probably come ticking along quite soon here. I mean, you obviously deliver kind of visual expertise to a number of different people. You know, do you have a sense that you can do that in a way that kind of strengthens that solution orientation that you have? I mean, obviously you will have companies, you will have critical journalism, you have all kind of different political parties even, I don't know, might request that sort of expertise that you have. You know, how do you think about, you know, which kind of climate visuals recommendation goes to which group of people, you know, because there's a struggle of imagery here of course as well.
I think it's one of the reasons why I like solutions, because drama and negative storytelling doesn't work for every publication or every client. And I think I'd also challenge your first bit, and I don't like delivering expertise. I like working in collaborations so that I know what people's audience is about, and taking on board and challenging what they know about who they're working with.
Yeah. Pop in another question because it's so timely. Lars is a communication officer at the Norwegian Forest and Agricultural Research Institute. And he also follows my course in climate journalism here, by the way. So we write a lot of stories related to climate change, and it's perhaps more PR than journalism. But do you still have some advice on how we best can illustrate climate change? We do a lot of these stage photos you mentioned. What are the most important things we can do with images? So I guess that was another mouthful for you.
Yes, and I'm sure, Andreas, on your course, I hope you have an element where you talk about the dissolving line between PR and journalism. So there's this real fog out there. I view it as three worlds. You have like editorial and commercial. You have journalism and PR. I don't like putting them on the same slide, but for anybody in the industry, especially in social media, it becomes a stream that mixes all these things together. I think again, I'd love to talk, Lars, afterwards, because it fascinates me, the area you're working in, because I think and if I can steal content from the the session I did with the Norwegian Met team, Met as in weather, you don't need to stage photos. You're the Norwegian Forestry Service. You have real things happening that are really interesting, I'm sure. So, and taking potentially a more documentary approach rather than a more theatrical approach will do your PR and your credibility at producing journalistic content good, because what you're doing will be real. And I think that to me would be my first advice. But I also know, especially if you're connected to a government agency, that pushing through into what might be perceived as being risky or gritty is a challenge. But your audiences and your engagement will thank you for telling real stories.
Toby, questions are popping in now. And I'll take two at a time. If you want to make a little note, and then you can kind of respond to them as you wish. First of all, James Painter is asking this question. We are doing some research on media coverage of heat waves. Can you say something about the way the media chooses pictures to illustrate these? Too many pictures of people sunbathing, eating ice creams, enjoying fountains and so on. What would you recommend? And the second question is by Elizabeth Ada here, who has been doing quite a bit of work on cartoons imagery and used that in her research. And she says that cartoons are often very dystopic in their future representations. So if you would care to comment upon that kind of dystopic bend to cartoons, it would be great.
Our research, and personally, I'll deal with Ada's comment first, because James and I could talk for the rest of the day on this problem, and I'm still trying to solve it, James, bear with me. So I think with regards to cartoons and illustration, two things that illustration and cartoons will beat photography at every time is looking into the future, right? I can't take a picture next week and publish it today. But ideas of like exaggerated dystopia or kind of what's going to happen next can be done with a pen, right? So I really would encourage, with respect to the photography industry that I know and love, that illustration and cartoons has a way of painting dystopian and hopefully positive stories about the future. And the other bit that our research really supports is don't be scared of humor, right? Or subversion. It's and that's where cartoons can function really well and get people's attention. Is kind of really don't be afraid to push the needle on humor and subversion. Cartoons is a great place to do it. Back to James. Yeah, this is a bugbear of ours, and I'm so frustrated by this. I'm stuttering thinking about this. There's some systemic reasons why. Back to my point on protest. People enjoying heat waves, especially in the UK, is like a perennial popular news headache that we have to deal with here. It's also a turkey shoot for photographers to, the visible fun of a hot day in the miserable weather we have in England is an easy thing to photograph. Finding, linked to Torsten's question, those harder impact stories, like elderly people suffering from a heat wave in a nursing home, is a harder story to get than a queue for an ice cream van. But we need the photographers to work harder. But I think to get there, we need the editors in those publications to understand how much poor positive photography undermines their incredibly well-researched negative effect article. And there's research that I know James is doing, Saffron and Neil has at Exeter, that suggests photography of the right kind supports your message. I've got so many examples from the world's best newspapers where they are putting positive, happy climate change coverage pictures with really well-researched, scientifically valid negative articles. It comes down to, if not anything, emotional tone. At the very, very least, get the emotions of the photograph aligned with the content of the article, and it will have much more power to the readers. I would also encourage. Sadly, we know there's going to be heat waves this year. That we knew the wildfires were coming. We know there's going to be heat waves next year in Europe. Sadly, so rather than a photographer or an editor waking up at 8 a.m. after an impossible night's sleep because it's hot and thinking, right, I need some photography from yesterday to illustrate this, we know they're coming, right? We want to be having nuanced, clever stories, finding these pictures ahead of the heat waves that we know we are very likely to suffer. And then the visual messaging will match the journalism.
Right. Thanks. This is brilliant, and it's really great to have the questions coming along. Unfortunately, we are ending our lunch break, and I have to be very strict with the breaks and making sure that the organizing team can have some eating to do as well before we start with the next session. But Toby, this was really, really great, and food and pictures for thought for the lot of us. And as you could see from the discussion, it prompted quite a lot of response, and maybe there'll be some connections made afterwards in which you can follow up this further. But a virtual applause in the Zoom room for you, and the couple of people here in the room here are physically applauding as well. So this was really great, Toby, and turning over to the rest of the audience here, I'd also just like to say that there's a break now for half an hour. When we come back after lunch, we will focus more squarely on the engaging youth part of this conference, where we will, in various ways, both through the voices of young people themselves, research on the school strikers, interviews with school strikers across the world, but also some leading academics talk about ways in which we can engage young people, and young people themselves will also make their own presentation. So I'll welcome you all back here at 12:15. The first item on the agenda is a report from the Media Climate Project, which has covered the youth and the school strikes worldwide. So look forward to that and have a nice lunch, and we'll see you then. Bye. Welcome back to Improving Climate Journalism, Engaging the Youth. As I said before the break, we'll now focus more squarely on engaging the youth, and we'll have a report from the Media Climate Project in a minute. But before that, just a practical message. We did receive a lot of comments and questions, not only in our Zoom room, but also on the YouTube channel, which is streaming this, which is great. But we think to make the moderation easier, it'll be easier if everybody just makes the comments on YouTube, and then I can tell those comments to the panels as they go along throughout the day. So those of you who are in the Zoom discussion room and has registered for this, if you can make your comments in the YouTube channel rather than the Zoom room, it'll be easier for us to moderate this. So without much further ado, but I will say that the presenters of the Media Climate Network, who is one of the organizers of this event as a whole, the presentation will be from Professor Elisabeth Eide, who's sitting beside me at the moment. She'll speak from this podium. And Professor Risto Cornelius from Tampere University, another of the cornerstones of the Media Climate Network, has been operating for many years, but now have focused squarely on the school strikes and the media coverage of the school strikes next year. So I very much look forward to hearing some of those first results of this project. The floor is yours, Elisabeth.
Thank you so much. Now you can all hear me, I hope. And I want to welcome you all to this. We are now going to present a movement that hit the media in a variety of ways. And we will present first our research. And then the last section of our presentation will be the statements, if not the voices, but at least the statements of the activists themselves that we've interviewed. So we communicate from Helsinki, where actually Risto has his main work now, and from Oslo and through cyberspace. Welcome to all. And I think we have some of the Media Climate members with us also, which is very good. So, and the background of this is a network which has existed since 2008, actually, emerging from previous transnational research in other fields of media studies. We rely on contacts in 30 countries across the world, and we have previously mapped media coverage of the conferences of parties, which is the climate summits, as well as the coverage of the IPCC AR5, which was presented in 2013 and 2014. We've published 3 books together and many articles. And the latest project was conceived actually last summer, and that was the youth project. We were all intrigued by what the youngsters in our respective countries had done to really make themselves heard, and thus we wanted to find out more about this particular movement and its media relations. So our project, Risto. Risto, have we lost you? Well, as you can see, Risto, please tell me when you come in and interrupt then. We have interviewed as much as 31 young climate activists in depth across the world, in all parts of the world actually. 23 countries are involved, and that means as many interviewers, if not one more or two. The interviewees are from 12 to 30 years old, and in the case of underage, we have asked permission or consent from their parents to do it in the correct way. The gender balance is rather equal between females and males. And not all the activists that we've interviewed have been school strikers, because there are not school strikes in all the countries. In most of them there are. But all of them somehow relate to the Fridays for Future movement and are aware of it and most of them also, as we will see later, relate to Greta Thunberg and her initial action, and that has inspired many of them.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, your turn, Risto.
Okay,
please.
yeah, good. Okay. Now, can you share the slides, please? No?
I do. Can you not see it?
I can't see them, so it makes me a little bit...
Can you see it now?
No.
There's a delay in the YouTube mechanism here, it seems. So that means that you cannot see the slides.
Okay. But I'm on Zoom, so I...
Hmm? Yeah, please do some. Yeah, exactly. Den är ju inte här, vet du, på den.
Yes.
Now you see it. Okay.
No, nothing. Just a blank. Now I see them.
Now
We're
you
good.
see it. Okay then.
Thank you. Sorry.
Right. Can you please comment if you can see it on the streaming on YouTube? If you cannot, then we'll have to find a way. So, okay. So Risto, you can go ahead.
I think this... Okay, so yes, sorry about the technical hiccup. So what we're going to do following this kind of short introductory slides is we're going to talk about 5 things. First, look a little bit how the activists, their motivation in this, how they talked about their motivation in the interviews. Then focus for a moment on how, since they are located in very different parts of the world where climate change plays out very differently, how their experiences about the local changes in the climate and weather, how this links to their kind of awakening or motivation. Then we move on and talk a little bit about the internal dynamics of the movement as they talk about it themselves. Then look at the media relationship. And we have not looked at particularly on how the media covers them, but we look at how they look at media coverage, if so to speak. So we are talking about how they view this relationship. And finally, then after the media, we move on to talk about a little bit about how they talk about other social actors, mostly the field of politics in different parts of the world where they are.
First, then, a little bit about the inspiration and the motivation of the activists we've interviewed. First and foremost, we see that many of them focus and emphasize their relationship to nature. Actually, they have some of them have grown up watching documentaries about nature, but most of them talk about real experiences from out there. 2 of them have been Boy Scouts, for example, and have been traveling, and some have been just brought up by their parents to travel out in the nature and delve into the surroundings and environment in that way. Another thing we see is how they relate to species extinction and how they have also related to, for example, activities in other environmental aspects such as collecting plastic, taking care of nature in general, or engaging in protests against river pollution, such as in India, for example. And also Indian activist, he mentions the struggle against pesticides and the way they are polluting the environment. We see also that the local climate effects really engage people. In Bangladesh, things such as the Bangladesh cyclone, a really bad event which actually killed a lot of people. In Pakistan, our activist talks about floods. And we see that many others do so about drought and also the deterioration of pastures for animals and so on. However, we see perhaps more of this type of action and this type of engagement in the global south than in the global north. Although we see from European participants focus on drought, on effects on the agriculture, excessive heat is also mentioned here. Then, of course, many of them are actually inspired and motivated by the protests themselves. They feel they are part of something bigger, something larger than themselves, and this is both on the local, national, and global level. Some of our activists have engaged actually in global forums and have been called to New York, for example, for conferences and so on. So to be active themselves and to feel sort of the heat of the moment has been an inspiration for many. Then, of course, we have the parents. I mean, many of these people are quite young. Quite a substantial group are below 18 years of age. And but also older ones mention the influence from their parents. The parents, it might be from the profession of the parents being engaged in, for example, scientific research or as academics in one or another stream. But also we see that it has to do with their parents' relationship to nature. Some talk about inherited values and green parents. And then the question arises, do we see a brand of activists which are kind of elitish? I think to a certain extent we do. But on the other hand, many of them are as concerned as others would be of the older generations to engage a broader section of society and a broader section of the youth. It is perhaps still a paradox, as mentioned by some researchers, that those who are most badly affected by climate, they are simultaneously the ones that maybe are not as engaged directly in the sort of climate change action, while the engagement increases with education and income. I think many of us are engaged, and many of the youth representatives too, I believe, are engaged in bridging that gap. Last but not least, some of them talk about school experiences, not only from school strikes, but before that, and also about particular teachers who inspired them to take more active role in the climate struggle. Two of them actually have sort of started having a kind of teacher role themselves, in the sense that they have taught others about climate change issues. Particularly, there's one in Pakistan who traveled to the north to teach the issue to people in a very vulnerable region of the country. I think that's it for this slide, so let's take the next one.
Okay, so...
No, this is mine.
Okay, go ahead. I can't see the slides, but let me know.
You can't see it. Risto
No,
again cannot see the slide. You can. You can. Okay, great.
Can
so when people connect, there are various ways how they can connect climate change to other issues and other parameters. One is, of course, the way in which they connect their own local livelihood experiences to global warming, and many adhere to this connection. We know that scientists are warning against connecting all kinds of weather events to climate change, but we also know that scientists, more than before, have iterated that more extreme events will occur, and our activists, they actually seem to know this. On the other hand, also we find that our activists are connecting between climate change and other environmental issues, such as environmental degradation, be it species extinction, be it sea issues, agriculture, etc. And it would be interesting to perhaps point to some of these. But before I do that, I'll mention that there is a general trust in the science that we find among our activists. They trust the climate science, and here they are very much in sync with Greta Thunberg, whose efforts most of them mention and appraise. Then again, we see that some people, when they connect, they talk about in the north, particularly in countries where agriculture is very important, such as Denmark, that agriculture will be hurt. Also in Germany, they mentioned that. Quite a few also mention other environmental issues, such as the orangutan extinction in Indonesia. And from India, the activist mentions particularly the wetlands in Tamil Nadu, which I think is a very pertinent example that I want to quote. They say that retain water when there are floods. The wetlands in Tamil Nadu, they retain water when there are floods. They are not wastelands, but they are endangered. And he talks about that the Chennai flood in 2015, which damage could have been minimized if these wetlands had been preserved. So this is a clear example of how environmental degradation leaves an area more vulnerable to the more frequently recurring floods, which are estimated to be caused by global warming. I think all in all what we see when we talk about connections is a more holistic view, and also the more global view, in the sense that quite a few of them mention issues outside their own nation and their own localities, such as, for example, the Brazilian forest fires, when they want to show their solidarity. So there is a big amount also on global consciousness in our sample. Now we come to the characteristics of the movement.
Yeah, one of the maybe a key to, in some ways, one of the keys that the respondents and the interviews open up for understanding the movement, and partially also, I think, understanding the reception of the movement and its sort of specific symbolic power, if you wish, is that many of the respondents that we talk to start from a very, very personal level of experience and almost sort of from a level of existential anxiety as one of the key things that has driven them to become involved in this movement, and also become some kind of movement leaders, or at least local leaders. And this, we think, is in many, maybe not special about this movement, but very important in terms of trying to understand where does it come from, and how it grows from this personal level to a broader social and public presence. In some ways, this is a kind of a claim for or anchoring of the whole activity into some kind of level of authenticity and autonomy that is kind of beyond the question of someone criticizing its genuinity or anything like that. So the whole legitimacy of the movement, from the point of view of the people who work in it, is anchored in a very personal and sort of affective and emotional level. So that's the first point that comes quite strongly forward from the interviews. Now, building on that, we also think that if you want to generalize how they think about themselves and the movement, there are several interfaces of where they at the same time think that the movement is in alliance with other actors, or between inside the global movement, between global and the local movement. But at the same time, they hang on to a kind of sense of autonomy and importance of what they're doing precisely themselves, locally, and so on. So there's a kind of an autonomy, anti-hierarchical, you could say, in some ways, organic organization inside the movement, both in terms of the relationship between the global movement and the local movements, and also inside the local movements. The global local distinction or dimension, of course, the local activists recognize the sort of attention potential and the meaning of the global attention power that they've gained. But at the same time, they really often also emphasize that what the global movement actually gives is maybe in some ways coordinates the rhythm of global demonstrations and action, but everything actually takes place locally, and all the decisions about how things take place locally. There are also variations of what is done locally in terms of the action. Just a simple example would be South Africa, where the idea of school strikes, of striking from school, has not been part of the youth movement, despite all the connections to the local, to the global movement. The sense of autonomy or kind of anti-hierarchical organizational structure is also really clearly present when we talk about how they coordinate their action. This is a social media generation, so what their answer often is to say, well, we have this WhatsApp group and anybody can join, and it's a little bit chaotic, or actually it's also quite chaotic at times, but somehow it functions. This also is related to the fact that most of the things that the movements locally do is focused on actually on organizing specific events, and the event-centeredness is perhaps something that allows you to keep a fairly kind of unorganized organic movement going. Finally, we also looked at in terms of the sort of movement organization, we also asked about the relationship between sort of established or already recognizable environmental NGOs in the field, or other broader social justice NGOs as well. And here again, what you can see is that they appreciate an alliance with these kinds of actors, and they work in many ways in terms of practical knowledge and advice. Particularly Greenpeace seems to have been an important training organization or kind of dialogue companion when they talked about different maneuvers and strategies and how to organize events. But here again, you can kind of see that many of the movement activists also are very careful in saying, well, we can take the help, but we don't want too many adults to mess around with the demonstrations, because then it becomes something else than it's supposed to be, or that it was meant to be. So what comes out of this is actually a really nuanced and sort of sensitive and careful consideration of the sort of symbolic and communicative power and the capital that they have gained, and how to, at the same time, maximize it, but at the also same time protect it from being drawn into the sort of gallery of just another environmental movement.
Yes. And then we proceed to the media challenges, and I realized that the division between mainstream media and social media is very blurred, from the sense of what we learned earlier today about both BBC and the Norwegian broadcasting, is how they engaged very vividly and practically with social media to get their messages across. But still, we asked our activists about their relationship to these two, and this is what they had to say. First, we may still realize that mainstream media matters. They matter in conjunction with social media, no doubt, but they also matter in themselves, because they know that through the mainstream media they can also get through to the elite, the people of power. We find that there are different levels of trust from the activists towards the mainstream media, and those trust levels may have to do with central or local newspapers. Some activists particularly emphasize the local newspapers, as being sort of closer to the local realities and thereby also closer to the general citizens. Others emphasize that there is a political angle to this, in the sense that they trust more the left or liberal-leaning media than the right-wing media. And then, of course, we see that the activists show a kind of media literacy, in the sense that they have a very vivid media critique. And I'd like to elaborate a little bit on that, on the points that you see in front of you. First, there is that they believe that the media, they focus too little on climate change itself. And many activists say that the coverage is scant and that media do not really take climate change seriously. And this, of course, there's a variation from country to country. And it is not a clear north-south divide, but it could have to do with countries where the movement has been stronger for a long time. This needs to be researched further, I think. Then others criticize the sensationalism of media, that media is so event-based that they don't have the tools to really describe a process. We see that critique from Canada and Uganda. And also from Chile, we see that some activists will say that the media focus on consumerism rather than environmentalism, and that they also resort to greenwashing large companies at times. Our Indian activist says that sometimes the media, what he sees the media as, is kind of surreal, because when they focus on the global temperature, this is too general a data to connect with the people. So there is a sort of gap between the scientific facts and the way they are sometimes disseminated by the media and the local citizens and their understanding and climate literacy, which needs, many tell us, to improve. Then, of course, there is the critique of media for focusing too much, when it comes to school strikes, on the public order, that they are disturbing the public order, and also about the students' absence from school, rather than representing why these students leave school and what climate facts drive them out of schools. Another critique is stereotyping the indigenous people, sort of naked, exotic. Particularly that critique comes from Brazil, but I think others would agree. And then there is one particular critique which I think is important here, and that is the just kids critique, or we could call it youthism. Our Turkish representative mentions kids as a kind of new news value. And in the US, we hear one activist saying that, yes, they mention the inspirational kids, but they do not listen to these same inspirational kids. And in Canada, our activist says that it feels like often we're misrepresented, given like a cute segment at the end of like two kids saying, like, we need to save the bees. We do have formally written and properly articulated demands, the same activist from Canada says. I think there is a bit of still trying to show that it's a cute child movement. So this infantilization, we could call it, or youthism, that is discrimination due to young age, is something focused by several of our activists. Last but not least, as I said in the beginning, there is a level of trust, and this trust comes also through the way in which many of the activists are cultivating their relationship with selected journalists that they believe know more and can cover the movement in a more decent way. But then let's move over to social media. Of course, we find that there is a multiplicity. Risto mentioned chaotic, and it might seem a bit chaotic what they're mentioning about their engagement in social media. But we also find two particular kinds of division here. One is the division between youth generations. Let's, to be a bit blunt, talk about below 18 and beyond 18. And there we find some saying that Facebook, from Canada again, Facebook is dead for anyone who's under 18 right now. While that might not be true for the whole world, it is certainly true for many countries that Facebook is maneuvered by Instagram. So we might call our activists, at least many of them, belonging to the Instagram generation. However, if we talk quantitatively, just as many mention Facebook, however, some as less worthwhile than Instagram. Of course, again, national contexts differ substantially. And we find, for example, the quote from Slovenia here, we use Facebook and Instagram for public communication. I think this is a way to reach different generations. So it's interesting then that one youth representative is not only interested in reaching out to the youth, but to different generations. I think that sounds promising. And the Slovenian activist continues, Facebook covers my generation and older ones, so he is beyond 18 then. Instagram is for high school and early university students. These 2000s folks, meaning those who were born, I guess, in 2000 and after, these are more Instagram people. Yeah, we can believe that. And also to the function of Instagram particularly, and this also speaks to the presentation we've had of visualization earlier today. Instagram, according to our South African informant, she says that most youth are not active on Twitter, thus Instagram. Quote, Instagram is very much about, look, we did a cleanup. Yay, jazz hands. It's very much, look at us, we're doing amazing things. However, from Australia, the activist says, we use Facebook as a great platform to post the event itself. The school strike for climate event on the 20th of September, for example. We also use Instagram to publicize and share what our team is doing and events coming up, like postering sessions, craft sessions for banners, etc., etc. So the generational thing is surely there, but then again, depends then how much conscience there is among the activists of who they want to reach through to. And then there is the other division, which has to do with purpose. Twitter, I think most who mention Twitter, not all do, say that Twitter is more for accessing science, and it's more for reaching out to the people in power, such as politicians. So that is the purpose difference. I think is very interesting, this distinction, and I think many of us already know about it. Last but not least, there is the safe or unsafe communication. We have representatives from countries from authoritarian regimes, but also there are authoritarian features within democracies that opts for being careful about how you communicate. One of the Norwegian activists say that if we plan civil disobedience, we work offline. Simple as that. But that might not be so simple everywhere. So what we see is that many of the activists, they rely on what are considered perhaps relatively safe applicants, such as Telegram, Signal, or WhatsApp. Some are worried about fake accounts, and some are also worried about being surveilled simply, since they live in countries where this is more the rule of the day. There is one more thing to be said about social media, and that is we could warn against what has been called slacktivism. Slacktivism means that you just push the like button and that's what you do about it. Then you've sort of activated yourself to one extent. But I think from what we see from these people is that actually the mobilization on social media seems effective. It has generated much physical mobilization. So then to politics and policing, Risto.
So finally, as we've now talked about the movement itself and then the media, and then perhaps other social forces, if you wish, around this. What's kind of, from the perspective of the activist, what is kind of clear and perhaps in some ways self-evident is that's due to the massive amounts of media coverage and attention, they become kind of a celebrated target to be with, so to speak. And there's this first negotiation that many of the activists are involved in is how to judge between when is a reaction by a political party or other social actor, when is it a sign of genuine recognition of the message of the movement and the things that it's after, or when is it a simple or slightly disguised act of co-optation of trying to bathe in the good kind of publicity that much of the, at least in many countries, much of the mainstream media has focused on the movement. And it's not an easy line to draw. There are activists who clearly feel empowered and recognized in a positive sense by political attention and also media attention. But then there are also many moments and many activists who feel kind of ironical or even cynical about political actors appearing in their demonstration, as somebody says, fetching selfies and saying that we are here with you and good thing, while at the same time what takes place in sort of everyday political bargaining doesn't actually listen to the simple and in some ways rather radical message of the movement. This, in a sense, is another interface of negotiating autonomy that we already talked about in the case of the movement dynamics and internal movement issues. Another thing that is really noteworthy and important to think about in the reception of the movement in different contexts is the effect of local political divisions and political polarization, if you wish, and the strength and of dividedness of local politics. So there are countries where and locations where there is less of this, and perhaps the movement has not been so clearly drawn into this dichotomous, polarized questions of climate change. So there are easier places for the movement to gain a kind of benevolent, largely accepted place in the public sphere. But then there are places where this is much more problematic, and sort of reaction from one part of political spectrum might be more aggressive. But what's really important in understanding the movement, we think, is to remember that the kind of global wave of authoritarian populist politics and its success is not something that is distinct and separated from climate change and as such. So what happens in very drastically in somewhere like USA happens in a different and slightly more maybe soft or maybe a little bit more less aggressive way in countries like Finland or countries like Germany, although I think Germany is not a very soft case in this thing anymore. So what makes this important from the point of view of the activists and the movement is that the polarized political landscape in which they work makes it actually harder for them to do what we think they're actually trying to do in some ways, and what's the meaning of the movement, which is not to be drawn into this polarized question about here are the kind of progressive climate people who don't do anything, and here are the climate deniers who don't do anything. And their message would be, you should stop this and understand that neither of you are being tremendously progressive here. So I think if you think about from the point of view of the movement, that the important question or the problem of the political polarization, which is a kind of a global phenomenon, is that there attempt to be a kind of new kind of voice and perhaps a kind of third voice in this polarized landscape is not always very easy and of course not always just dependent on what they do themselves.
I think we have to shorten a little bit now.
Yes.
Running out of time, so please let's hurry.
Yes, the polarized political landscape, of course, is tightly linked to the fact that there's a lot of toxic feedback in the interviews. We didn't particularly strongly ask for this, but we got a lot of evidence about the kind of everyday hate speech and the kind of toxic feedback from the political actors that you don't see in the media coverage very often of the moment. And the final point about we're also going to talk about policing is that just as it's the case in terms of political culture and its polarization, the movements are working in very different environments locally in terms of what is their relationship to simply police and sort of state authorities in that sense. And many of them, and the reports from different parts of even Europe are very different from this. Somewhere demonstrations are fairly easy and
Andreas has told us to stop. I'm sorry, it's not my control here. So I would just like to say this is our conclusions. We cannot go through this more, but we will publish a paper about this. And I'd like to spend the last few minutes on how the youth articulate themselves from all the 23 countries that we have investigated. And you can just read for yourself. We'll show faces where they can be shown, and in other cases we will show pictures. Not as good as the ones that we inspired us earlier today, but still. So here's from Canada. Some focus particularly on indigenous people and vulnerable people in those areas. We would have liked to show videos, but then again, not all did send videos, and it's also a technical challenge. So many of these focus on their own plight, but we also find, and we'll conclude with a series of people who talk directly to the people in power, to their own politicians and world politicians. Some are very personal about this being their own future on the line. And some are really challenging the system. Some will try to work within the system as far as they can. And here a very emotional one from Russia. I want to ask themselves why they are politicians. That is a good one. This is the last of the slides from the activists. We will publish them little by little also on the Media Climate website, whose address you see here, together with the names of all who contributed to this work. We want to thank them all for their tremendous work to make this project from the idea to reality. Thanks now.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Elisabeth and Risto. That was really a very rich material, and also the quotes that you showed at the end shows how many voices there are, how many perspectives there are. I'd encourage the audience to come with both their comments and feedback. I'll forward them to Elisabeth and Risto. We have about 15 minutes left for a bit of discussion here. I thought maybe I'd put one question first in here. Either of you could answer, really. You mentioned, I think it was from Canada, that they wanted their demands to be heard, not just to be recognized as youth, but also we have demands. My question is really, in your material, do you have a sense that there's a big difference between countries in terms of having national demands, if you like? I mean, some would maybe just say that the movement is about listening to the science and, act now and so on. And I remember Gaute from the Norwegian environmental organization told our students last year that there was actually a difference between countries who had national demands and countries where there were no national demands. So do you have a sense of how much demands there are put within a national context, and also does that have an impact on the movement and the media coverage as such, whether they just are part of a global movement or whether they also put specific demands in Canada, South Africa, Indonesia, and so on?
I may start. It's very evident from the Norwegian, and actually there was a research also showing that the Norwegian public is rather low on the list of those who think climate crisis is drastic. That can have to do with that we're relying so much on oil revenue. So the Norwegians are very specific about putting a gradual end to oil exploration, as we are big polluters, not only inside the country, but by our oil exports. But for other countries, there's focus on coal, on various kinds of other oil production, and also on the way. But I think in the South, in the global South, you see more of how the sort of global process is impacting the local. So at least in the material, as I can remember it. Risto?
I think there's a strong sense of local particularities in the way that the activists speak, but I don't think that's actually it doesn't contradict with the sort of general message, which really is that we're not saying anything new. Just listen to the science. It's almost like they it's like a like instead of looking at a IPCC graph with a line that goes towards the end of the century, you can have a look at us and see what you think.
Also, James Painter has a question. How did you choose the activists that you interviewed? How can you know that they are representative?
We cannot in all cases know that. But in some cases we can know, because we know that they actually were at the head of local actions and strikes. In some countries there were no school strikes, and then the team workers were free to choose an activist they thought represented something important and who also related to the school strikes, as it were. But we have not steered them in this respect, because they know the local conditions and we do not to the same extent.
So many of them are in some locality, not always the national movements or anything. They are in kind of leading or active activist positions. Some of them are nationally prominent leaders, but that's not really the point now, is it? It's the point is to hear from people who work inside the movements. and as the movements are, as we kind of were trying to explain, fairly low hierarchy, organically organized, very personal. That's the point of the material. Of course, it's not representative.
I could add that in 2 cases there are single-handed actionists, such as Greta Thunberg was in the beginning. So you could call them embryonic activists, but that's in countries where there is not such a movement as, yeah. So there is a big variety here, really.
Is one way of saying something more about that variety is, at least this is again Norway, which I know more of, which and people in Norway organized the school strikes. They said that, well, part of it was part of an organized environmental movement who spearheaded it, but it was also the initiative of individuals, perhaps passive members of organizations who suddenly sprung to life during the protest. Do you have a sense that overall there are established youth organizations that were spearheading the school strikes, or what's the balance between those organizations and those new activists like Greta and other who just sprung to life as part of that process?
I think we find both.
Yeah, we do. In Norway, we know that one of the spearheads belongs to this Nature and Youth organization. So that is one example of an established organization really transforming itself into a new kind of activism and mobilizing its membership, and was listened to. But in other cases, people are very critical towards the established organizations and felt the need for something new. So again, the variety is colossal here.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions here now, so I have one final one, but there's a final chance now. Well, I just ask you where, because this is obviously preliminary work, and you mentioned, Elizabeth, that you were going to publish this and work more out of it. Where would people be able to access some of this quotes and material in the future?
Well, as you can see at the bottom of the page here, we have a website where we intend to publish this material. In addition, of course, as researchers and professors as we are, we will publish this as a journal article, which does not reach out to a very broad array of citizens. We realize that. So therefore, I think we would feel the urge to popularize this material and make it known through at least mainstream media in addition to our website. We are much inspired by our institution to publish in mainstream media to get our research known. So I think this is an appeal we cannot ignore.
Thank you so much to Elizabeth and so to Risto. This was really great. I also should make a plug for the next session, which is called Don't Trust Anyone Over 20, where the Helsinki Youth Collective will present their best practices in engaging youth specifically in climate journalism. So there's a very much of an overlap here between the project that you've been doing in the media climate and the next session. We will get back here at 1:30. So we'll actually have a 20 minutes break, time for coffee, time for do whatever else you want to do. And we'll be back here to listen to the Helsinki Young Youth Collective at 1:30. Thank you so much. Welcome back. We are now straight into the thick of this conference, where we're going to talk about improving climate journalism and engaging young people in one breath. The very first presentation we're going to have is called Don't Trust Anyone Over 20, which is Hanna Nikanen, which is visiting professor of journalism at the University of Tampere. She's going to present this with the Hivan San Aikana Collective, which is Eli, Harju, Ella, Minea, and Kaisa. So you are going to start us off both with a presentation, and we are going to also, as before, encourage you to come with questions in YouTube. I'll post them to them as they go along. I might also interrupt and ask questions as you go along. We will have a final discussion at the end because we're going to have another presentation that comes after you. But comments and questions are very welcome from the very outset. So I think I'll leave the screen over to you, Hanna, and the Zoom. You can share your presentation, and then you can also present the others as you go along. Go ahead.
Hey, brilliant, Andreas. Very happy to be here. I'll start sharing my screen immediately, and here it goes. So welcome to our session, which is called Don't Trust Anyone Over 20. So we're going to be 5 presenters, and the pace will be intense. But we really appreciate questions from the audience. And what is this session about? We're talking about a case study, or more like a series of case studies, because it all starts with a book that was created by a team of 22 people in Finland 3 years ago, that later contributed to a number of other climate journalism projects. And we'll briefly present these cases, and we'll talk about our takeaways from them. These are some of the projects that we will be talking about. In some cases, it has been the entire book team working together as a collective. And in other cases, it's been individual members of the same team or smaller groups of them that have started something new. But in all of these projects, the approach has been from a generational perspective, a generational point of view in one way or another. And now what we want to do with this presentation is that we want to show why we think that nuanced thinking about generations and micro-generations is important to climate journalism. And we want to present some of the things that we have learned in this process, so best practices and major disconnects that we have found, and so on. We'll talk a bit about how we've approached visuality. We'll talk about young journalists finding that they're suddenly old compared to the people that are just a few years younger than them. And we'll talk about different subgroups of youth and their social media use. And we'll talk about the environmental coming of age experiences of today's high schoolers and the way journalism can resonate with them. I'll start briefly by describing the book. That was the beginning. So in 2016, I began in a year-long post as a visiting professor of journalism at the University of Tampere. And I secured funding to produce an ambitious climate change book with a group of 21 students of journalism and photojournalism. And during the spring and summer of 2017, the members of this team traveled around Finland creating reportages, and we wanted to cover the widest possible range of different angles of climate change, as it was already changing our country. And right from the start, the sense of importance of age was there, at least for me. Not like specifically from regarding the audience, because we were not really writing exclusively to a young audience. But I was like personally, I was very conscious of the importance of working with a young team. And now you have to remember that this was a bit over 3 years ago, which feels in many ways like a lifetime ago, because Donald Trump had just very recently been inaugurated and the climate strike movement did not exist. And at this point, like many Finnish editors were skeptical of running climate-related stories because there was this common belief that the audience just is not interested. And I'm not saying that good older climate journalists did not exist, because they definitely did. But I had grown accustomed to many of my colleagues having slightly weird and very strong ideas about how climate journalism should be made. And they were the false balance people, and they were the ones that seemed very obsessed with creating only positive stories about climate. And many of them just did not seem to find climate very important. So for me, working with a young team was delightful, because they did not seem to have the climate-related hang-ups that older journalists did. And we created these principles to guide our work. And it kind of gave me this overwhelming sense of relief that we're actually all of us are on the same page. I don't have to convince anyone that this is important. We can kind of just get to work. And it felt entirely natural that we would write climate change, write seriously about climate change, and that someone would want to read it, even if it was not just feel-good stories. And I kind of felt very much that I'm witnessing a generational shift among journalists. And the book turned out to be a success. We won an award. It sold thousands of copies. And the timing was really, really good, because the public conversation around climate change was becoming a lot more urgent at this point. And one really important recognition was the Press Photo of the Year award in 2017 that our photojournalist Ella Kiviniemi got for the book's cover shot. Because throughout the process, we had talked a lot about visuality and the imagery of climate change and wanting to change that. So I will now give the floor to Ella Kiviniemi, who will tell you more about what that has meant for us.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Thank you. So hi, I'm Ella Kiviniemi, and I'm one of the 2 photojournalists who have been working on the photos of the book and who have done all the visuals of our online media and social media. And I want to tell you a little bit about how we chose to visualize the climate change and why. Because we believe that it's important to consider these things when you start making journalism about climate change for youth or for anyone. This is the cover image of our book here, and I'm not going to tell you too much about what it is, but you can look at it and try to feel if it evokes any thoughts or feelings inside you. One of the great advantages of visuality is, I think, that you don't need words to share emotions and even stories. So that's why we wanted to focus on the visuals a lot. This was an image from our book, but how do we usually represent climate change? If you look at the Google image search, it might look like something like this. You see a lot of polar bears. It has kind of become the poster animal of the issue. It's sad and even cute, but doesn't have so much impact anymore. We have a lot of manipulated stock photos, which are inaccurate and apocalyptic and don't create much trust. We have many romantic nature photographs, which are stunning, but still the nature in them seems very far away and very distant from the human world, which we felt was a problem because it doesn't create a connection between human and nature. Plus, we often have many photos from crises in distant countries. We have pictures of power plants, factory pipes, and in all of these, the problem seems to be somewhere very far away. We wanted to do something else. So now I'm going to show you a video about how our image book looked like from the inside. You might recognize that it's a documentary photography. It's all done in Finland, except one image from Norway. And why we chose this way was that we felt that documentary photography would enable us to use journalistic and artistic expression at the same time, and to create a connection between the reader and the topic, and the reader, and Finland, where the climate change is actually happening as well. So these are shot sometimes on a reportage trip with the journalist writing the article, and sometimes separately, just a photojournalist working. It's pretty fast paced, but I hope you get the idea. So Linda Mander has done half of the photos, and I have done half of them. So that was it then. What we learned, or what we learned from this project was that it's best to think what the image of climate change could be than what it should be. That's how you can avoid the stereotypes, and you can choose your methods pretty freely. It doesn't have to be documentary photography.
Ella, can I just briefly ask from one of the students in the masterclass, do you have that book in English as well, or is it only in Finnish?
Unfortunately, that's only in Finnish for now. Yeah, didn't have the budget or the English translation.
Thanks.
Yeah. You can try to think about who you want to speak to, what medium you're going to use. It's going to be a book or something else, and what you wish to say. You can focus on things that are close rather than what are really far away. And the image and the text don't need to go hand in hand, so you can also create separate narratives between the visuals and the other medias. And most importantly, the good visuals are not just beautiful content, but the best ones come from the urge to understand your topic and to investigate it and to invest yourself in it. But now my turn is over, and I'll hand the floor to Elli, who's going to talk you more about how we worked with young people. Are you muted?
Okay, now you can. Right. Okay, so hi, my name is Elli Harju, and I'm one of the writers in our group. And I have also been organizing our workshops and presentations in different events. So after the book that Hanna told you about, we got a grant for further projects overall for 2 years. One thing we really wanted to do with the grant was to go close to young people, even younger than us, and talk about climate change with them and do climate journalism together. We hope to get new point of view ourselves and to publish content made by very young people. We had 2 workshops, and I will tell you our observations based on the workshops we had. The first one was last year in high school for students in journalism class. We had 2 days together. They made articles, podcasts, and content for social media. The second workshop was for students in secondary school. With them, we had 1 day, and they made small projects, mostly social media content and columns. Their work are published on our website and social media, and also in the paper of the Finnish High School Union. Here are some of their work. But how were young people, and I mean well under 20 as producers? Climate change as a subject was familiar to all, so we didn't have to explain things from the beginning. But many teenagers had knowledge only here and there, and they still needed more information about the biggest problems and main actions to mitigate global warming. We also noticed a big difference in knowledge between the students, and it was remarkable already in secondary school. Most of them wanted to write or otherwise work on subjects that were seen in their own everyday life and consuming, like food, climate anxiety, and fashion industry.
ask you one question here, because
Of course.
one of the organizers of this conference, Ingrid, has been traveling to some schools in outside of Oslo, and she's been telling me how different schools has been in terms of, you know, what their knowledge is, how they already know things. So did you experience that as well, that when you went to the schools that some were more familiar than others, and were there any patterns to that?
Well, I'm telling only about 2 workshops, so I don't have a big scale to tell you about. But I was actually a bit. I think I just think it's most about the students, the individuals, and how interested they are in the subject. But that's my experience.
Ellie, and there's another question from Marlene from here also, because they think this is really inspiring, but they just want to know, how did you all to get to know each other? Was that based on Hanna's original invitation? But how did you get to know each other?
You mean the collective?
Yes.
It was a university project, so we applied for the course. Hanna was arranging it, so we were from the same program of journalism and photojournalism. So yeah, we were all students from different classes.
I have another question, but I'll wait. Go ahead, Ellie. But I'll save the next one.
Okay. Where was I? The noteworthy thing was that the students were very excited about, the very young student, under 20, were very excited about searching information on their own and creating own content. And it was very important that they could work on things on their own choice. So we found that very remarkable thing. Quite often I am defined as young, now in age 26, but so are they, the students in school, in high school or secondary school. I think that we differ in many ways, and at some point I could really see that we are different generations. All young people use online media, but different media outlets and social media channels, or we use them differently. For example, I follow Twitter and they really didn't, and they used Snapchat, but we had a shared interest for Instagram. And I read a lot of different news sites, but many of them were still learning to follow news on their own and finding their favorite ways to do it. And with online media habits, I could see the difference just looking at them using their phones. They were very comfortable to take selfie video and talking to the camera. Meanwhile, if you look at the lower picture, my under 30-year-old friend Johannes is still having a notebook in his hands. But what all 15 or 20-year-olds, what we had all in common was the shared view that climate change is a very severe issue and things are not going well. But I, in my mid-20s, I'm not the right person to do all the stories about it. And I will stop here and give the floor to my colleague, Minna.
Hi, everyone. I'm Minna. I work at the national broadcast company called Yle. And what I do there is all on social media platforms. We've been doing a show called Climate News. Originally, it was a YouTube show where my colleague, Timo Korpi, reduced his carbon footprint to 1/5 of an average Finn. He documented his life and the choices he made, but also the limits of individual action. He would, for instance, turn vegan, but not be able to change the way his home is heated in the winter. Then we set up an Instagram account to experiment climate journalism there. We would do stories on different questions, like how do airline companies compensate for emissions, or is wind power harmful to our health? Next slide, please. Yeah, I think in some ways, social media is the audience. It is kind of handed to us. There are limits to what you can do successfully. Instagram is mostly female users. Typical follower now is 25 to 35 years old. The younger audience has moved to other platforms like TikTok or Snapchat. On YouTube, the audience is less gendered, and we found that the show on YouTube got views, especially from males aged 18 to 25. So we designed the content accordingly, like what would be interesting to them. The language of the show is very informal. It's kind of to create a level playing field for those without a university degree. Yeah. And also, I think medium is the message on social media. This is something we think daily because we don't quite know how the algorithms work. Climate News Instagram has like a small, engaged and well-informed audience of about 6,000 people. Since this autumn, I've been doing climate-related topics on another account, which is our main Instagram news account of 54,000 followers. This means I can't do many of the niche topics I used to do, but in return, I gained a wider audience for climate journalism. Neither is better than the other. I think we need it both ways. Sometimes I think it's slightly problematic for news content to have like buttons that are so dominant on social media. Even if we think we're not doing news that people like specifically on those platforms, liking affects the reach of the content. So we have to take that into consideration. Also, we can no longer organize news content in sections, like in news website. Journalism is kind of just blended in with other stuff, and the news feeds are different to each user. So we need to take that into consideration. All of these visuals, like covers and titles and thumbnails and descriptions, are like essential for getting people's attention. And it's a fine line when a complex issue like climate change becomes too simplistic. On YouTube, we got very detailed data on how people consume videos, like when they stop watching it. So this data adds pressure to do quicker and more captivating cuts. We add a lot of jokes and gimmicks in between the information. My kind of takeaway is that we need to break the norm around climate change journalism. I think it had too positive a tone for a long time, and in the eyes of the younger audience, it lost touch with reality of the situation. Also, I think we need to make it culturally more diverse for different audiences and different fractions of audiences. We need to add humor, even when it's a serious issue like climate change.
Minea, can I just ask you briefly? Yeah. It seems to me, from what you were saying earlier about the fragmented audience and fragmented story of climate change, that what you're doing in effect on social media is to use that fragmentation as a method to reach the. So instead of seeing fragmentation as a problem, you use fragmentation with jokes and changes and what you call voice signaling as a method to break that traditional long format journalism, if you like. Is that the way you understand it?
Yeah, we can see from the data that we have a typical user, like a typical viewer for the show, but then we have groups around that. So it's not excluding necessarily, but it helps to make it fresh and original. And it helps to do it for someone of your own age. I do content for 30-year-olds better than for 20-year-olds, I think. So it gets harder when it's a different fraction of audience.
Thanks. Yeah, go on.
I only had one point left. I think we shouldn't be afraid of what I called vice signaling as opposed to virtue signaling. There's a lot of bad behavior on the show, a lot of like drinking and smoking and swearing. And I think it's okay to be childish and angry. It's only human. So yeah, that was my part. Thank you. I hand the mic over to Kaisa now.
So hi everyone, my name is Kaisa Uusitalo, and I will briefly tell you about another book project that originated from the work of Hyvän Sään Aikana Collective. Just to let you know, we are 3 writers in this book, and we are all part of the original team of Hanna's, who wrote the book that Hanna was telling earlier. But Act Now, it's a journalistic non-fiction book written for young people. And the main focus of the book is to give the reader tools to understand and change the world. What do I need to know to understand poverty or climate change or biodiversity collapse? And what can I do to make a difference myself? So the book makes 15 huge issues easily understandable and also tells the stories of 18 young influencers who are already making a change in their field. And what does this have to do with young people as consumers of climate journalism? I'm about to get to that. In the writing process, we made a poll for around 300 high schoolers. We wanted to know what kind of issues are the young audiences interested in, what makes them interested in some issues and lose interest in others, and what makes them act now or make a difference. And we wanted to understand our target group better. So first we asked, what is the issue? What issue in the society worries you the most? So not surprisingly, the majority said climate change, which maybe is not news to us anymore. But here I'm pointing out the most popular answers. There were other big issues to choose from, and there was also the option of I do not worry about any of these issues, but only 2% of the high schoolers answered that. And you could also choose multiple options in this poll. So next we asked, would you like to work harder for the themes you consider important? Here, 44% said yes, but I am not sure how. What we took away from this question was that the young audience needs factual information as any audience, and it needs to be served to them interestingly. But the fact that 16% told us maybe, but I don't think my choices matter, tells us that there is a need to communicate also hope in climate journalism and climate discourse, to say it matters what you do. In the book, for example, we ended up adding 2 sections to each chapter, to each big issue. One, what has already been done, and 2, what still needs to be done, to show that even if it sometimes seems hopeless, things are constantly improving. And the third question was, what would make you work harder on those subjects you consider important? And here you can see the most popular answers. But since right now time is my enemy, I will go to the next slide and close up our presentation by pointing out 3 key points we have learned about writing to young audiences during our work. Firstly, the youth is not a homogeneous group. So as we heard, there is a difference already between the knowledge level of a 15-year-old and a 25-year-old, but of course also inside the age group. So there are differences between interests, levels of education, hobbies and values, and that's why we need to make it clear who we are writing for and why. Secondly, there is no such thing as youth topic in journalism. Of course, if there is not one youth, there cannot be youth subjects. So I think it's not about what we write about, it's about how we write it or how we express it otherwise. because sometimes we also tend to underestimate what the mysterious youth is capable of understanding. And thirdly, there is a fine line between being entertaining but informative and then making it all awkward. If I had a magic trick to solve this, I would be rich, but I don't. So I'm just saying this is a fine line that is constantly moving, and we just need to try and balance on it. Thank you for your time today. This was our presentation. Here are some of our channels. We hope you visit and subscribe. And also we always want to hear from experience from similar projects and our ideas of collaboration.
This is really great, all of you. There are several comments saying that this is a great project, great research, great presentation, love the nuances and so on from James Painter. And I also have a question from Mofis, but can I ask you if you can stay in the room, because I think we have a couple of more presenters now, and maybe we could have a discussions afterwards with Andreas from Norway and Ketan from Australia, so that we can have a kind of joint discussion at the end where we can pick up some of the threads from your collective and Andreas and Ketan. So I'll ask you to stay, and then I'll invite Andreas Randøy and Ketan Yoshi to come in to the room. So if you have stop share with Hanna Nikan, and then we will put in Andreas and Ketan, and then we'll join you all together in a discussion at the end. So I don't know who wants to go first, Andreas or Ketan?
I can go first.
Okay, so Andreas, you are both the deputy leader of the Young Friends of the Earth in Norway, but you're also working as a journalist in the Harvest magazine. So you, in a sense, have both the roles here of engaging young people, but also working in a niche environmental paper. So please go on.
Thank you. So I'm going to have a presentation for you about the communication in the school strikes in Norway. Let's see if I can get my presentation up here. So can you see that all right? Yep, great. Okay, so my name is Andreas Randøy. I'm deputy chair of Young Friends of the Earth Norway, or Natur og Ungdom, or Nature and Youth. We are an environmental youth organization. We're a grassroots organization, so we have about 9,000 members that work in local chapters, 70 local chapters right now, across Norway. And we believe that we can influence climate policy by influencing local decision makers, by organizing in organizations locally, but also trying to convince national politicians. So, as a person working in the central board, that's what I mainly work on, and I mainly try to influence oil and gas policies in Norway. But I've also been organizing the school strikes in Norway, and that's what I'm going to focus on today. So the school strikes in Norway, they were a bit special, I believe, a bit different from the others, and I'm very excited to hear the speaker after me as well, how he will explain it from his country. But in Norway, it started in September 2018. At that point, Greta Thunberg was sitting outside the Swedish parliament. There was a local election, and she demanded that election be a change in Swedish climate policies. And she said that why should she go to school when the politicians are ruining her future anyways? And that was a message that really resonated with our members. Our members are between 13 and 25. Most members are beneath the year of 18. And that was a message that that really resonated with them. So we decided in September 2018 to have a solidarity demonstration, a solidarity school strike with her. So I believe we were the first country to have sort of a school strike outside of Sweden. And we did that, and we thought it was a great success. There were 500 people in Oslo and 1,000 people nationally going out of school. They walked out of their classroom for 1 hour and demanded climate action right away. And we also managed to create a bit of a debate. But as I'm going to talk to you about today, it wasn't really the type of debate that we wanted. So we were invited to Dagsnytt 18, which is the daily debate show in Norway. And but we were not there to debate, for example, the demands we had for the strike. We demanded that Norway stop looking for more oil because the world has already found more oil, gas, and coal than we can use if we are to prevent catastrophic climate change. We also demanded that Norway was to stop the plans of building new runways for airports. But the news didn't want to. The debate shows didn't want to discuss that. They only wanted us to come if we could discuss is school striking a legitimate means of demonstrating, and should these kids be reprimanded. So we went to the debate, and I thought it went okay. But afterwards, I think we learned that we shouldn't have gone to that debate. It was, we had demonstration in Oslo, here's from Egersund, and in Tromsø, and in Alta. But the news agencies didn't want to focus on that there are 1,000 young people walking out of school because they're afraid of their future. They wanted to have sort of a meta debate. So we learned 3 key points from that experience that I'm really happy we learned. I'm going to share them with you. First, what's important to us is that the debate focuses on the goal, not the means of the action. So when we came around to have the next school strikes, we sent out messages to all the people organizing school strikes in Norway that if journalists ask you to comment on anything relating to sort of the rules of not coming to school, if they will be reprimanded or something like that, simply say no comment, or say that I'm more interested in discussing how grown-ups are destroying my future. And that worked really well. Also, we have to steer the debate away from vague goals and into concrete policy. A lot of people and organizations, they came out, even the Norwegian oil and gas lobby, they said that we support the school strikes. So we got some of the key sort of strike persons together. And we made 3 concrete goals, 3 policies that we said, if you're going to support the school strikes, you have to agree with this. And that was no more oil and gas exploration, that Norway has to have an emission target of reducing 55%, and that we have to contribute to climate financing in other parts of the world. And the final point that's important for us is that, and this I think is in contrast to the rest of the climate movement or the climate strike movement around the world, it's good that the media focuses on the grassroots, on the school strikers, on the kids who haven't been politically active before. But we also want focus on the leaders of the organizations actually organizing these events. Because the school strikes in Norway was not an ad hoc mobilization of young people. It was a demonstration organized by Nature and Youth, which we are an organization for people under the year of 25. We have an annual general meeting who decide what our opinions are and our strategies and our priorities. And just like in a normal strike, in Norway, we just had a strike with the bus drivers. Of course, there will be some stories with bus drivers, just a typical bus driver, how is their life? But obviously, you're also going to want to talk about the strike leaders, the leader of the unions, about concrete policy, because they can do that far better. And I think that was one of the failings of the media in our strike, was this. Well, I know, of course, I agree that we need to show these stories of the children doing school strikes, but I really believe that we will win the battle against climate change and the destruction of nature by organizing in democratic organizations. And it's really not. I think it's I think it's good. If it would have been better if they had talked to the organizations actually organizing it more. We even saw that from politicians saying, yeah, we hear they have these demands. We assume that they only come from the organizations and not from the actual strikers. And you wouldn't see that in like a typical union strike.
Andreas, can I ask you a question on this? Because we had a session earlier today reporting on the school strikes worldwide, and I mentioned that that in Norway there were very particular demands, as you say, the concrete policies you referred to there, but there were other countries where those concrete policies weren't so much there. Do you think that the existence of already existing democratic youth organizations in Norway was part of the reason why you had those concrete policies? Do you think it would have been harder to come up with joint policy demands if you did not have an already organized youth movement in Norway?
I do think so, yes. And I definitely think it was a big advantage that we had. We already knew, because I mean, if you're not organized, where do you start? We have people working on climate issues, both locally and nationally already, and have been doing so for a long time. And we know how to get in touch with politicians. We are already in contact with many of them. I think that those structures, I think that was a great advantage that we had those already. And I'm really proud that we had these concrete goals, and it wasn't just a general strike for climate. In my opinion, that can be impactful, but I think it's more impactful to have concrete policy goals. So I'll continue on.
I stole time from you, but you still have to finish fairly quickly so that Kevan can come in.
I'll just gonna round up here. So this was a strange presentation because I only talked about the school strike that happened before the big school strike. Of course, what happened was because we had organized that strike when sort of everyone came together and demanded another strike, they all contacted us, and I think there were about 100 young people who contacted me and said, I saw that you organized the previous strike, can you organize next? So we just have a bit of a fun fact here, that I sent an email to the place where we hold demonstrations in Norway, outside the parliament, and said, we hope to be 1,000 people. That would be the double of the previous strike. Of course, we were 20,000 people, so that was kind of crazy. And this is from Bergen, so that's not even from there. And there were 40,000 people nationally. And still, I really feel like the media is missing out on how many people this really were, how many people still are, how radical a lot of youth are, and how far away it is from the sort of consensus policies in especially in oil and gas debate in Norway. So I'll just leave you with one last thing, because I thought about it when making this presentation, that it's really easy, and it can be important to have these types of meta debates, a debate about how we debate. But the most important thing is always to present the actual problem. In Norway, we are one of the biggest exporters of oil and gas, one of the largest contributors to climate change. That's the issue, not kids striking school. So that's why I have, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Andreas. And there will be time for questions to you too as well. Just put them in the comments field on YouTube, and I'll tell them to all of you. But first, Kate and Yoshi, our last speaker, welcome. You are looking at communication in Australia. Please go ahead.
That's right. Thank you so much, and thank you, Andreas, for that really great presentation. I really enjoyed it. My name is Katan. I'm from Australia. I've been living in Norway for about a bit over a year. I'm a journalist, so I'm a member of the Science Journalists Association of Australia, and I've been working as an analyst and a science communicator with an energy and sort of climate focus for about 10 years now. So what I want to talk to you about is what I observed happened throughout Australia's media environment during the 2019 climate strikes. Obviously, I've been following Australian media reactions to climate and energy issues for about a decade now, throughout a bunch of different roles. But what I observed with the 2019 climate strikes was really interesting. So I'm going to go through it, and let me just share my screen. Share. Okay, and that's coming through. Okay, isn't it?
It is.
It is? Yeah, fantastic. Okay, cool. So this sort of leads on very nicely from that previous talk, because I'm going to talk about just initially, very quickly, two different problems with Australia. First of all, Australia's domestic emissions are pretty high, and Australia, of course, has among the highest per capita emissions for all the fossil fuels that are burnt within the borders of the country. The most recent projections from the government look at what is going to happen over the next decade and compares it to the Paris climate targets for 2030. And of course, that red line on the chart on the left there is the projections, so what the government thinks is going to happen. And the green line are the range of targets that must be achieved. And of course, Australia is way off track. I saw a chart, I think it was yesterday or the day before, on NRK of Norway's climate targets, 50% cut by 2030. And it seems to be a bit of a similar story. So I would just put that in there out of curiosity, because, there's progress, the line is bending towards, but it's never quite reaching it. So just thought that was interesting. But the other part, and to me, this is the far bigger and more important part, is the fossil fuels that Australia digs up and sells to the world. So obviously coal is a major part of what Australia is doing here. Coal is not included on this chart on the right-hand side, which shows oil and gas extraction. Australia is actually quite a large exporter of fossil gas, almost as much as Norway, as you can see on that chart. That chart is excluding America, by the way. That's a really good report. And just a quick note, all the reports in these slides are linked on the bottom there. So if anyone wants to have a look at these slides and click on those links, please get in touch with me and I'll very happily send them along. What we know for sure is that the world needs to reduce the production of fossil fuels, as Andreas was saying so perfectly in the previous talk. And Australia is not doing that. And so what happened earlier this year was a bushfire crisis, a very severe and significant bushfire crisis, which has come up quite a few times in the talks already today, particularly, from a sort of visual and photographic perspective. Every Australian, living away from Australia and experiencing this crisis from afar has a story of speaking to somebody from home, family and friends who experienced some impact of this very directly. I would call my parents and they couldn't speak properly. There was sort of they had smoke, sticking in their throat. It touched every single person living in Australia. It had a really big impact on the people. But what we have seen from a sort of governmental and corporate perspective since that time is that new climate policies are worsening the problem and not seeking to improve it. The only real change that's happened is that more effort is being put into presenting destructive climate policies as policies that are beneficial to climate. So I won't go into those dot points there, but there's a lot of different things that are happening in Australia that both relate to the extraction of fossil fuels and also Australia's participation in global climate agreements that are pretty bad news. So the interesting thing there, of course, is that a very, very severe bushfire crisis that was very explicitly described as related to being caused by climate change in media did not precipitate a change in politics. And I think what this really illustrates is that there is a very large disconnect between public activism in Australia and the directions and decisions that the government takes. So I want to talk about this in the context of a really significant change that has happened over the past half decade or so in Australia. This is showing a poll that is asking people essentially, how serious is climate change and how quickly should we act? I have some issues with the wordings of the questions in these polls, but putting that aside, the key point is really, really telling, because in the data that this polling company makes available, they split it out by age. And the chart on the left-hand side is only people from ages 18 to 29, and the chart on the right-hand side is only ages to 60 plus. So this is not representative across the entire demographic, but I wanted to show the difference between the two ends of the scale, where young people concern, of course, is climbing very rapidly. And for ages 60 plus, views on this have stagnated since the early, just after 2010. And
Ketan, I just have to. It's really good that you focus on the key points because our time is running. So I'm just noticing that you have quite a few other slides here.
Yes, I will race through them. Yeah, for sure. All right. And the climate strikes in Australia as well. The other point I wanted to make about them. So first of all, they were led by youth movements, of course, as a consequence of the fact that this has become such a key issue. Most of the change in public views comes from young people. The climate strikes in Australia were led by young people, and the numbers were truly massive. You know, we watched this through our social media from afar, and it was just quite amazing to see the size of the crowds. I won't go into the numbers there, but they were huge. My partner and I went to the event in September 29 as well, and we actually ended up speaking to the media about it. I won't go into that one either. One really interesting phenomenon that emerged in Australia. So Australia has a very concentrated media environment. Most of the media outlets in Australia are owned by News Corp. And what we actually saw was an interesting diversity of views. So some News Corp outlets not only reported on the climate strikes with a surprising amount of prominence, but also took an almost defensive tone and defended the young school strikers against attacks. But what we also saw was a really serious problem of, I guess, what you might expect from critical views that looked at the things that young people were saying. And I guess they sort of tried to remove agency from them. So there were theories kicking around that they were being influenced by their parents. There were some really sort of cruel-minded attacks on, particularly on Greta Thunberg. And some of Australia's media commentators were even punished by the Australian Press Council, which is an industry body that seeks to self-regulate. And so this is a really serious problem that emerged. And I spent a lot of time thinking about why this might be. And there's a few things. I'll just go through them quickly. First of all, Australian media outlets have a problem of representation, particularly with young people. And I'm not going to go into those slides either, but please send me an email or a message if you want me to dig into this a little bit further. The second problem is that there's a lot of confusion between the opinion pages and the reportage pages. So objectivity and subjectivity between talking about comments and reporting on things is a lot of confusion. And it's something that is related to reporting on the Black Lives Matter protests as well. And then finally, when it comes to protests, something we saw with the Black Lives Matter protests in the past year or so is that risk communication and the context of COVID-19 has really changed how the media treats protest and activism. This is more of an upcoming problem. This is something I see that's going to happen in the next sort of year or so. So I'm going to end it there. There's a lot of stuff in there that is, I guess, provocative. So we can get into the discussion. But yeah, thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, Ketan, and sorry for pressing you on that. It's just that we want to have a little bit of time to discuss jointly. I have a question specifically from Mofis to the Helsinki Collective, but before I give that, I mean, is there any comments you would like to have to each other? I mean, Andreas, Ketan, people from the Helsinki Committee, I mean, you are overlapping things here, you know, but I just thought maybe you want to have a comment or so to what you've just heard from the others.
I wanted to ask or comment something to Andreas, because I think what you said about like that the media needs to cover both the grassroots and the leaders. I think that is a brilliant point, and it kind of resonates with a lot of the things that we have thought about, and this sort of a general feeling that maybe kind of the way that news stories are usually structured becomes a problem when you have an issue that covers multiple sciences. It's, you know, it's a social and it's a natural science issue, and it's and politically kind of is all over the place, like climate change is. Have you and with our book, that was kind of part of the reasoning behind it, was that, well, if we can do multiple stories, then they can kind of all build off each other, because obviously you need to do the grassroots stories, like you need to go and talk to the fishermen, and you need to talk with politicians, and you can't really do this in the space of one story. But have you seen good examples that managed to do, or how did those media stories manage to do that, if they ever worked, if that ever worked?
Andreas, as you pondered your answer to that question, I'll throw in another question for you that comes from Lars here, which is more if you were to advise Norwegian media on how to cover the school strikes and similar radical movements, including young people and older people, what would your advice be? So what would be your preferred kind of coverage? It kind of relates a little bit to what Hanna was asking.
Thank you for the questions. So I can answer Hanna's question first. Yeah, we did see it, and it kind of got better over time. I think because, well, we contacted the press and told them that we thought some of the coverage, that how they could improve their coverage, and we've definitely seen it with other cases that Nature and Youth has worked on. So now, for example, we have a ongoing lawsuit against the state. So we're meeting in Supreme Court in Norway in November. We're trying to stop Arctic oil drilling. So that will be really exciting. And in that case, it's been a lot easier to have those kinds of perspectives, both the kind of grassroots. We have local chapters who organize local demonstrations in support of the lawsuit, but also, because there is a lawsuit going on, it's easier to talk with our leader, who actually sits in the court case and who obviously has a lot more information about the case than grassroots people. On advice to Norwegian media, I think, well, those stories that I liked the best were the stories that took what we said seriously. Really, there were some cases in NRK, the national broadcast, where they took the 3 demands and really looked at them, like, are these good suggestions? And that's what we want to debate. Just like in any other, if someone demonstrates for any other cause, that's what the debate should be about, right? Is that a good thing? And we should have more debate in Norway about, is it right for the richest country in the world to export oil and gas, and less about how we demonstrate it.
Exactly. Okay, I've been proposing this question, so I'll ask it now. From Mofis from Bangladesh, it's a question for the Helsinki Collective. It seems like that every single photo in the book you showed carries a news angle. Did you think of putting photo essays around the different issues, and that could be more visually effective to the audience?
Yeah, maybe I can answer this question with Hanna if Hanna have any comments. But yes, that's a really good suggestion, and I would really like to make a book like that one day. But the visuality in our book build it up on itself, like gradually. First, we had the idea to make 2 reportages / photo essays about 2 topics that were happening in Lapland, and the rest of the stories would be without pictures. But then that felt a bit too narrow in terms of visualizing it, climate change in Finland, then we would just have Lapland. So we gradually got more and more pages for the photographs. And we ended up using a few for each article. And it's a really good suggestion to maybe we could have concentrated in 5 or 6, but this was how we worked it out. I would really encourage someone to make a book like that would have photo essays in between.
I thought just that we're approaching the end of time, but I just wanted to ask one question to you too, Ketan, as you've been in Norway for a while now, and you had graphs from both countries. What would be the most interesting similarity or difference in terms of how you see the climate debate in Norway and Australia at the moment?
Yeah, so I'm in the process of learning Norwegian, so I have to use a mix of awful Google Translate tools when I'm reading articles in NRK and things like that. So my insights are a little bit limited, but one thing that really stands out to me is how the debate around extraction specifically is a really big challenge in both countries. So this is something that people, I think, have a lot of trouble relating to. We can understand what it's like to change a combustion engine car to an electric car, or change a coal-fired power station to wind and solar. But to just shut down extraction is something that both Australia and Norway really seem to struggle with representing, particularly in media coverage, because it's one of those complications where you have to both reduce the supply of fossil fuel, but also reduce supply at the same time, and they kind of both just ratchet down together. And so it's been so interesting to see how the media covers decisions around extraction, and what Andreas said before about the amount that we can extract or that we can burn. That's something that I think hopefully will get a bit more prominence in both countries. And then, of course, on top of that, in Australia, for instance, there is no opposition, I guess, to future extraction. So there's a big debate about what the country does domestically, and the two political parties kind of go at each other. But they both kind of agree, we'll just continue extracting coal and gas as long as the world demands it. So it's been really interesting to see. I hope to follow it closely.
Thank you. There are so many positive comments coming in also here. Just to mention, Mofis is one here. You have done a great job, Helsinki Collective. It was just to provoke our collective thinking, and I think it really echoed that. And also the contribution from Andreas and Ketan was very good. On that last note that Ketan mentioned, I just make a plug for tomorrow. We have a debate on how journalism can confront the Norwegian climate and oil dilemma. And that's obviously this conference attempt to deal specifically with the sort of demands that has been coming up with the school strike. So, and we'll also have contributions from Canada to that debate, because there are similarities between the kind of fossil fuels exporting countries like Australia, Norway, Canada, and elsewhere. So that's a plug for tomorrow. Now the plug for 10 minutes time. We'll continue with this this theme of engaging young people, but also now to bringing some top-class scholars to reflect on these issues who has been studied it and also have some ideas of how we communicate this. So after a 10 minutes break, we'll have Robert Gutsche first speak about media reciprocity and youth and environmental involvement, how we can engage in meaningful messages and change. And Max Boykoff from the University of Colorado will talk about creative climate communications. So I think you may want to stay tuned and continue the discussions after this break. But once again, thank you for taking part in this, and have a nice break for 10 minutes until we see each other again at 2:45. And there's physical applause here, and yeah. So the three of us here are making, and there's applause on the screen here as well. So, and this will all be uploaded afterward to the big sky. So we'll see the applause later on as well. Thank you so much. See you in 10 minutes. Okay, we're on. Welcome back to the latest session that we have today, which is going to bring more of a scholarly perspective on how we both engage young people in the communication, but also how we improve creatively our climate communication in various ways. The first speaker will be Robert Gutscha. He is editor of a special issue coming up in the journal Journalism Practice on climate change and the Anthropocene. He will be followed by Center of Environmental Studies, Max Boykoff, who has gotten up early in the morning in Colorado, and he'll speak a little bit about his book on creative climate communication. But I will let Robert speak to you first. Ted, you're most welcome. And as in previous sessions, Robert and Max also welcome comments, contributions, questions as you go along. Just put them up in the YouTube field, and I'll maybe interrupt, but at the very least, at the end, after their presentations, we'll have a discussion. So please do not hesitate to ask questions. With that, Robert, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, and thanks for having me. I really appreciate this very slick presentation. Must have a switcher there moving back and forth between cameras, so very, very nice. Thanks, everyone. I'm at Lancaster University in England. Before that, I was at Florida International University in Miami. And there, one of the major climate issues is sea level rise. Water coming up through porous limestone, not coming up the beaches. So a lot of out of sight, out of mind issues that journalists have to talk about. So the challenge for us was how to engage students in telling these types of stories. And we received a small, but we're very thankful for a grant from the Online News Association, one of the first Challenge Fund awards there. And we used that to create some across curricular engagement between high school students and college students at the university. At that university, there is a STEM high school on campus, on the university campus, which is quite unique. So we use that as an opportunity to engage with media. And what we wanted to do was not just insert and integrate environmental science curricula into journalism classes, but we wanted to do a cross-generational activity and something that could maybe lead to what we thought was a media reciprocity. So what I want to do is kind of walk you through what we did in our project quite quickly, show you a little bit of a clip if I can get the tech to work correctly, and talk you through a study where we kind of challenged the notion of media reciprocity, which has transformed a bit over the years since about 2014 when we did this activity and then published a few years later. So again, this is what happens in Miami still. This is sunny day flooding, or this is a king tide event when the tides are highest. And of course, it has to do with the moon and lots of fun issues of physics. But this is a symptom of a larger issue, not just in terms of continued climate change and global warming affecting Miami, but aging infrastructure that causes king tides like this to come onto land, but also sunny day flooding. So water coming up through sewers and other places just when it's a sunny, beautiful day. In fact, like it is right now in Lancaster. But in Miami, it's almost beautiful every day. So today kind of has two parts where I want us to unpack some things. One is a bit of a case study-ish talk about media engagement, what we learned about media reciprocity, and then tips and thoughts, critical thoughts for how to maybe go forward with student media, professional media engagement. So this is part one. So our project, and it's still online, you can find it, is eyesontherise.org. And at the top nav bar, you can see we had multiple versions of this project that just kind of grew and grew. So we have an app where people can search for sea level rise change by address, and using Google Maps and LiDAR data, that is something that students helped us design and that we did. We did documentaries, we had virtual reality component, we had public theater. So here we have some undergraduates who are working on not just understanding how to tell stories, but how to understand how the world is put together physically in our built environments. This is an example of the public communication we did. This is my colleague Julia Pinto here, who was on Miami Beach talking about the mini docs that students put together that aired on local public television. And then, boy, does this look like a really old photo. This was some of the early virtual reality consumer grade stuff that we had, where they had to do stitching for telling stories about VR. But man, that makes me feel so old right now. I don't even know what those GoPros are doing anymore. All right. We also had public theater, where we brought in dance, music, and had initiatives that were influenced by journalistic reporting and scientific reporting to tell different stories. We also collaborated in the project with media. And so we wanted to understand how, if we held an event, a public communication event, at the same time that the city of Miami Beach was announcing some pumps that would take water from the streets and put it into the bay. Yes, that sounds problematic, as problematic as it sounds. But we wanted to have our students out there with Koki sensors that they had built that chirp to tell us the turbidity of the water. So these students did multiple events, which I'll discuss briefly, and then held this at kind of our pinnacle event, which was a press conference on Miami Beach. And because we had worked with journalists on multiple events and talking about what we were doing, we felt like there was some reciprocity there, which we'll define in a second. And so what we wanted to do is see, did the students engaged in this? Did the youth also feel that there was a reciprocal relationship between themselves and journalists? So I am forced by my university to use Microsoft Teams. So that means I am not the best at Zoom, but I do want to show you just a quick clip here from some of the media coverage. This is only 2 minutes, but this is an exemplar, essentially. Can you confirm that you can see my YouTube here?
Ted.
Great. This is just 2 minutes. I am going to play it. I know that's 10% of my time, just because this is an exemplar then of that event and the news coverage that then students came back and critiqued and looked at critically. So let's just play this and tell me, can you hear this?
And now at 5, political heavyweights show up on Miami Beach to check out how the city's new pumps are working to keep the streets dry during this year's King Tide. So far, the pumps have been pretty effective. I've seen it with my own eyes, a big difference out there. But future outlook, not nearly as rosy. For Team 6, Ari Odzer has the details from Miami Beach. The King Tide used to mean about a foot of water here on Purdy Avenue, but thanks to a $15 million investment in new pumps like this one right over here, the streets are dry right now. And that drew the EPA administrator and 2 U.S. senators here today to talk about fighting climate change and rising sea levels. We actually see the water going up and down, and that's Senators Bill Nelson of Florida and Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island getting an up-close look at the fight against the rising tide.
What you're going to have to do on the coast of Florida, spend millions and millions of dollars with pumping and trying to keep from saltwater intrusion. That's going to be our future.
We're really standing here at ground zero. There's just about nowhere else on the planet where there's more at risk from sea level rise so fast.
The Union of Concerned Scientists released this map comparison today. If seas continue to rise at projected levels, much of the west side of Miami Beach will be underwater by 2045. Senator, what do you say to your colleagues, so many of whom, including the governor of the state, don't seem to believe the science involved here?
Well, they're avoiding reality.
And by the way, 90% of the heat that comes from climate change has gone into the oceans. There's no debate about that. And unless you want to repeal the law of thermal expansion, folks, the sea level is going to continue to rise.
Speaking as students from Mast Academy FIU literally tested the waters behind them, both coastal state senators said every nation needs to cut carbon emissions. Pumps and seawalls, they said.
Okay, well, that's enough of that. Did you see any patterns in the coverage? Let me stop this and go back. So that was a representative. Let me share here. A representative
ask a question on that. I thought that was really interesting. But I remember last year we had a climate scientist to our climate journalism class, and he was kind of comparing Norwegian to U.S. coverage of the hurricane season and the flooding and everything in Miami and so on. I mean, the sort of story that you just showed now, is that common or is it very exceptional in terms of combining kind of action, event-driven stuff and the climate change future?
Well, in Miami, and still ongoing, and of course, it's a very political-centered conversation. So the politicians, for instance, are what they're talking about. It would be difficult to argue that the pumps, in fact, are actions, meaningful actions to address these issues. All it's doing is moving pollutants and toxins into the water that then just comes right back onto the street. So unfortunately, there are no solutions for this in Miami except for migration, which we're seeing through gentrification and forced migration, particularly of non-white U.S. folk. And so there's been for a long time really reactive coverage to events like this, into things, but it's still focused on the politicians, which is, I don't know if that's answering your question, but that's the major optic here in continuing in Miami is the political ramification of it, not necessarily environmental or issues of sustainability or resilience.
Thanks.
Did that answer that?
Yes.
Okay, good. So long story short, reciprocal journalism is an idea that when it came up was that journalists can work with citizens in reciprocity. They can share and they can benefit each other. So journalists become community builders if they do participatory work. Now this was released in 2014, and it's been some time since then. But the idea still exists within participatory journalism that there would be some sense of give and take or shared notions. So what we wanted was if students were part of the message, we wanted them to not only be represented, but for their messages to be represented. So because we thought if they were directly connecting with media, maybe we could influence some of that media, and the journalists would get a bit of social capital for showing youth and benefit from being active and engaged with the education of youth. So we can go into some of the details of direct and indirect sort of stuff. An example of direct reciprocity might be retweeting, if this isn't an online example, right? And indirect would be the notion of collectivity, that we are a community and we're building a community, and essentially that this can build stronger communities, right? So what we did is we did focus groups of 20 of the 35 high school and college students who participated, particularly in that event where they were out capturing water data and then communicating with the journalists and the politicians and the citizens that were there. We had probably about 300 people at this press conference, all of them wanting to keep their public jobs by keeping voters happy by being seen, probably. This included trainings, this included building water sensors, participating in the journalism and talking to reporters over time. We wanted to know if the students' involvement kind of influenced how journalists would basically talk about journalism. So the students also learned about the basics of journalistic reporting and the understanding of how good environmental journalism operates. I'm just clicking through these just for fun. But so again, we looked at here are some of the best practices that we all had this conversation, particularly before we looked at some of the exemplars, including the one that we just shared there. And had students talk about, well, did we see things like personification? Did we see things about compelling visuals? And did they feel empowered, or that citizens would be empowered by what they saw? So they used the rubric of such things that I just discussed. And I'm putting this up here so when you watch it on YouTube, you can pause and see all of the fun stuff. Well, what did we find in short? Well, we found that the students felt that because they were a part of the media event itself, they could really do a good job of critiquing the media event or criticizing or understanding or celebrating what they saw, because they saw how the news was put together. So they felt empowered. I don't know if I like that word, but they felt empowered to comment on things that they had participated in. they suggested that the local focus, now this is really interesting, the local focus of this particular event really was for a small audience, not just because it focused on politicians and business or, money and those types of issues, but because it just focused on Miami and it didn't connect to any larger context. And so they thought, well, that's not very effective, which is really interesting because we come back and say local news all the way, but local news maybe in context is what they were suggesting. Now, early on in the days, this was 2014, these were early days for real serious conversation about sea level rise in Miami, actually. So maybe we should be too hard on them, but that was still kind of what they thought. They thought the journalists weren't necessarily well informed. The students actually felt, because they had studied these things, that they knew more about how sea level rise was operating and what the problems and challenges and possible solutions were than maybe the journalists who were even if that was their beat. Or there were other journalists, like someone from the Washington Post came, who also was writing a book about ISIS, and so was covering lots of different things in the world, including how governments are responding to sea level rise. And that this focused to an older audience, so that the youth were actually ignored, even though we had 30 youth standing there in the backdrop, but also spread all around Miami Beach. And the journalists knew this and went ahead to come and wanted to talk to them, but then kind of got sidetracked by all of the traditional ways of doing news reporting. The sad part is they felt disappointed. The students felt disappointed that they weren't in the news. And I think that that's really important, right? And we see even some recent research coming out about why people participate in news. And that's because they want to make a change or be influenced. And certainly they want some limelight, perhaps, but they want to actually make a difference. And it's sad that they were disappointed in that. I think that they were participating in the journalism or the research about the journalism. They actually felt happier because they felt like they were contributing to something. Well, since that time, reciprocal journalism's kind of tanked a bit. Now, I know that the people who are listed here might disagree with that, but it's led, at least my reading of this from a critical lens, that we're not necessarily going to get reciprocity from journalists. We have different reasons for that and different influences for that. But the question comes to, well, what does that mean for engaging with youth? If we think we're not going to get reciprocity, then why do it? Well, I think that that's where we go to part two. So I don't want to end on a sad note. I want to go with, well, what are the changes that I think we can make? And so even if you go into a project and you think the students are going to be involved, we're going to try and do something over the course of months to really change the way that people are talking about a particular issue, right? You may not get that reciprocity. So what do? Well, I think that there's still some ways of working with students and media that are important. And I think it's to think big. We had no idea we were going to get the EPA director, Environmental Protection Agency director from Washington down here to Miami Beach. That took a lot of fighting and literal screaming on the phone with people when I basically just said, you know what, City of Miami Beach, you can deal with the White House over where you want to have the press conference. I'm out, right? So there were some tensions about controlling messages, right? Because this is very much about image, politics, money. But we still wanted to think big. How do we change the conversations about things? Just because we left that project kind of disappointed with the students, that didn't mean we didn't want to continue to think big. I think the other thing is be prepared for threats to the information you share. It's amazing how much there's an infrastructure out there, not just of mis and disinformation, but incomplete information, and how people use that a bit as a scapegoat to say, well, we don't really know what solutions there are going to be, or we don't really know where the money is going to come from. Well, it's our job to kind of press them to say, well, let's figure it out. Money, God didn't come down and say there's only so much money in the world. You're choosing where to put the money. And so it's the students are learning a lot about how to engage with those threats to what they're presenting. And it makes them actually think about how to respond and how to shape their messages. So I think preparing for threats, maybe doing a SWOT analysis might not be a bad idea. But once we're prepared, we can take things on. Challenging these structures, including the one that I just said with the White House or with the City of Miami Beach. Challenging structures means putting students in the firing line. I know my time's almost up, but putting them in the firing line, right? Because if you say at the end of the day, this is about the students and this is for the students, I think the students kind of appreciate that, but it's also hard for structures to come at you as a journalist or as an instructor with some controversial ideas if it could hurt students. So it's thinking about that strategically. Publishing journalism and research together with media and with students is important, and making changes inside your structures. We have a real opportunity to make immense changes in our institutions when we do this type of collaborative, participatory, in public work. So really fast. And again, I'll put these up so that you can pause later on. But we do need to recognize that this type of engaging work, and I'm sorry this is coming from a very US-centric, and I think now a UK-centric perspective, that there are gendered and financially taxing issues here, in race-based issues here, in relationship to practice-based work and into this participatory sort of work. So making sure that we're safe and we're changing our structures of who's doing what, who's paying. I mean, we spent a lot of money out of our own pocket, and so did the students, to do this type of work. So that's why the reciprocity was so important. And I think it's helping us prepare future structures to make sure work is equally shared. Some of this can be emotional for students. Some of this can be also challenges with grading. How do you incorporate this into your classes? Those are some things to think about. And I think journalism modules are the best place for this type of collaboration. So I hope that you can think about this paper when you're talking about either issues of reciprocity or thinking about working with students in professional media. I think that there's a great opportunity out there. So I think I met my time.
Yes, you did. Thank you so much, Ted. I'll hand over to Max in a minute, but there's one question coming in here that you might want to address shortly here from Mofis in Bangladesh, who says that there are many ways of messages by product, innovation and handicraft, folk art, and they often don't reach the media nor policymakers. How can reciprocity take place in such context and help each other?
Well, I mean, I think that's a really great question. I think from a pragmatic or practical perspective, journalists always need to, as we used to say, fill the pages, right? We always had to pack something into the newspaper, and that's still the same. And I think one of the things that we provided to journalists in this project and in our public theater and other things that we were doing were visuals. And it goes back to one of the first conversations earlier today, the power of visuals. So I do think that, producing art or producing other creative work, if that's the question, non-journalistic work, can find an easier way into media, because that gives them the story to take and to take on and to do. So I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm going to introduce Max Boykov. I've already said his name and his directorship of the environmental studies at the University of Boulder, Colorado. I also just like to mention that I think that working with students, developing courses, I think that's true to say that's part of the build-up to your latest book, which is really about how to be creative in climate communication. So, Max, it's your turn. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. I can really see a lot of fun and hopefully useful for all of you connections between what Ted had just shared and what I have planned for you all as well. Just in my time here. So I really appreciate this opportunity to share with you a little bit of the work. Just as Andreas had mentioned, some of it is with our students here at the University of Colorado. So just to get us started, I begin by acknowledging what I think we all are very familiar with, is that climate change is one of the most prominent and existential challenges of the 21st century. It is essentially a collective action problem. And it's a consequence of our individual as well as shared behaviors that cut to the heart of how we live, work, play, and relax in today's society. And so amidst what is this dominant way of knowing through physical and natural sciences approaches to a changing climate, these are a number of international reports as well as some interspersed from here in the United States. Amid this this bevy, this flood, if you will, I suppose, of information through the sciences, comparatively, climate communications in our everyday lives have remained stuck. TED's project certainly points to creative ways in which we can push into this public conversation. But for the most part, there has been largely silence about climate change in our everyday lives, talking with friends and neighbors and coworkers and family. And so there have been these ways that it's been talked about as climate silence, as an engagement gap between what we're thinking and what we're talking about and doing. And here in the United States, not to be too US centric either, but this idea has fueled, this silence has fueled and fed into partisanship, into politicization, into polarization. So this dominant scientific way of knowing is very helpful. However, we need to acknowledge its limitations. And Brian Wynn has talked about this as the information deficit model that a number of you may be familiar with, which is to say, if we just put all of these scientific reports in front of everyone, they're going to make the right choices. We know that to not be the case. That's what has led to TED's creative work to foster these conversations and greater engagement. That's what's led to my work through this book, Creative Climate Communications. We understand that that only gets you to a point, yet the long live the deficit model piece means that there is this seductive notion that, we can just talk more about these spaces where we feel we have expert or inside knowledge to help then move these things forward. This can be seductive for many natural physical scientists because it is a way to gain legitimacy and to gain recognition in the public sphere. I don't want to, Ted's presentation was fantastic about that notion of getting a little bit of recognition in the public sphere can be part of what fuels this. But Suzanne Mosier, who's a wonderful social scientist, has talked about it in this way. Providing information and filling knowledge gaps is at best necessary, but rarely sufficient to create active behavioral engagement. That's to say, this networked knowledge of publics is more of what's needed. Bringing in the social sciences and humanities and creative spaces to expand these pathways are what are needed to meet people where they are, to bridge into people's everyday lives. Those who don't wake up in the morning and read peer-reviewed literature, the latest IPCC report, those who may engage in these other ways. And so these expanded pathways come in a variety of ways: experiential, emotional, visceral, tactile and tangible, affective, and aesthetic through the arts. We can think about it through political protests and demonstrations. Here's some of my favorite political protests or demonstration communications that can come in these creative ways. There have been these social movements that have emerged in recent years that have garnered attention in the media, in the news media certainly, but then in also people's everyday lives. And this has been a meshing of that important basis of understanding through the sciences. I sit in an institute with many natural and physical scientists who do a very important work, but then also bridging it into these creative spaces. And so in recent years, as we know, closer to your home there as well in Oslo, has been this emergence of youth climate movements as well, and youth climate strikes. These are ways in which we are enriching and expanding our opportunities for engaging in these intersectional challenges around climate change. And so the book that I wrote was a way to capture really a lot of the good work that's been done within the social sciences and humanities. Now, we don't have a social sciences and humanities solely IPCC report. That said, I am contributing now to the 6th assessment report through some assessments of media coverage of climate change. And so there is this work to expand out the IPCC. But in the absence of that large assessment, I had the privilege and the opportunity to write a book that could help pull together a lot of the different case studies that have been done over recent years to understand what's working, where it's working, when, why, and under what conditions. Andreas, did you have an interjection?
there? Why? Why?
Yes, great question. If you can hang on to that, my next slide will answer that for you. But yes, not only is it a different color, but it is in parentheses for a very deliberate reason. Thank you, Andreas. So pulling together these lessons, there is a great deal of research. I will say when I started doing this work, looking through media coverage of climate change 20 years ago now, there wasn't as much social sciences and humanities scholarship, but now there is much more. So this tried to serve as a handbook and guide, and also demonstrated that through these different pathways that I described, from the experiential to the aesthetic, that there is no one solution, that there are many, many ways in which we need to support creative pathways to engage with people, climate change. So here's the part, Andreas, about parentheses. And I did this for two reasons. In short, one is that I really tried to write this in a way where it can be transferable to other issues. So you could put in there creative vaccinations communications, creative nuclear power considerations communications, creative stem cell research communications, ways in which we can take these and transfer these lessons learned and integrate them into many other pressing, not just science policy challenges, but others as well. But the second one, too, is something that I think we all can understand. I sought to put it right at the fore on the cover of the book, which is to say that ultimately, effective communications about climate change may sometimes involve not invoking the term climate or climate change explicitly. That particularly here in the United States, we can more effectively at times talk about changing coastal conditions, as Ted has talked about through his work. We can talk about it through resilience, through stewardship, through legacies, local air and water quality, so forth and so on, patriotism, national security, legacy, to get to those places. Now, with the limited time that I do have, just want to point out some of the work, as Andreas had mentioned. One of the chapters that I get into is about different ways of learning and knowing. This has been a lot of engagement with students and with people around the globe now, where you have an international climate and comedy video competition. So for those of you there who are interested in creating content, submit it to our competition as we go forward. We've been working with students over the past 5 years to experiment in these spaces as comedy is a vehicle, thinking in that emotional set of registers from, fear and concern across to laughter and hope and ambition. And so it's been a project that we've undertaken. We've had a number of different live events over time. Andreas actually had helped when he was visiting with transporting some of the props and things. And
I attended last year's show as well.
Yep. And so Andreas is a first-hand participant in this. And so I hope that, Andreas, you'd feel that this was a rich experiment with all kinds of possibilities associated with them. We've studied this then ourselves, and we've written up a number of different articles, and then this is captured in the book as well. So, with limited time here, I just want to say that in chapter 7, I really try and pull these things together rather than just saying these things are complicated and they vary in different contexts, to pull together this 5+5, if you will, sort of guideposts or rules of the road for effective and creative climate communications. On the left-hand side are more general ones about being authentic, aware, accurate, imaginative, and bold. The first 3 can really hearken to work by Stephen Schneider, who was a great climate communicator in his day, who's since passed. But he basically said just, at the end of the day, what he talked about was just knowing thyself, knowing thy audience, and knowing thy stuff. And so you can think about that in terms of knowing yourself, being authentic, knowing your audience, being aware, and knowing your stuff is in terms of being accurate with your communications. The considerations around imaginative and bold speak to the creative spaces in which I've been working with many others. And on the right-hand side, this is where a lot of social science and humanities scholarship is pointed to, of finding common ground. There is always a time and a place to try and be right and win an argument. But around climate change, if you actually do want to have authentic and effective conversations, finding that common ground is important. Emphasizing the here and now, focusing in on the benefits of engagement, creatively empowering people. Ted, I too feel somewhat, I have mixed feelings about that notion of empowerment, maybe creatively creating, fostering the spaces for people to empower themselves, maybe a better way to put it. And then smartening up. There really is this 20th century view of communication about scientific issues. If we just dumb it down for the general public, people will get it. The 21st century view is that we need to draw on social sciences and humanities scholarship to understand effectively, to smarten up and be disciplined about the ways in which we're communicating with others. This is part of a number of projects that I have going on here. And as I finish up, I do just want to point out that on the news media piece, Andreas and I do collaborate along with Anne Hegg Simonson on the Norwegian coverage. If you look on the bottom of that figure about Norwegian newspaper coverage of climate change or global warming, and Andreas has been a wonderful collaborator as part of a larger network that we have tracking media sources, 120 sources in 10 languages in countries all over the world, where we are monitoring this month to month. This creative piece around comedy and climate change is part of a project called Inside the Greenhouse as well, with a number of fantastic co-directors here, a very interdisciplinary project. So things are not what they used to be. You can see the consistent increases in temperatures around the world. On the left, we can see the consistent increases in ocean heat content. And so as we go forward, we need to be creative about engaging on this. And so some very practical takeaways can involve just talking about climate change with your neighbors and friends, listening to others' perspectives, empathic listening, empathic approaches have pay tremendous dividends here. And that's part of the conversations and dialogues. But beyond that, joining groups, amplifying your voice, and working for the systemic change that ultimately points to decarbonization of industry and society that we need within these contexts. So I hope that I haven't abused my time. I wasn't quite paying attention to the exact timing, but I can see Andreas has stood up, and to finish, the scale of our responses to date have not met the scale of the challenges. Nonetheless, I applaud and I appreciate what you're all doing there. And I thank you for this time to share some of the work that I'm doing.
Thanks, Max. You're good on time, and I can confirm that that stand-up for climate change event I attended last year at University of Colorado was extremely interesting. Just that idea of having comedy as a vehicle to talk about climate change was very, very interesting. And more generally, I think that both Ted's and Max's talk here puts all of you in the audience, but perhaps also the master students that are doing climate change journalism this year, it puts you right smack into a lot of different issues, in terms of environmental communication and climate psychology and so on. So I definitely, once again, just keep asking questions. We have time for that, and I'll tell them. I have one question. It could be, I thought about it was Max was speaking, but you could address it you too, Ted. You mentioned that advice of smartening up. And that might seem like an obvious thing, and you said that smarten up, rather dumbing down. In Norway, we have this famous climate psychologist called Per Espen Stoknes, who's written this book, What We Think About When We Try Not to Think About Climate Change. And one of the main things that comes across there is the idea of nudging, green nudging, having people change a little bit their behavior, but trying to kind of be positive and make things accessible for most people. And then you have other people like Adam Corner and people within climate outreach who stress this kind of thinking climate and how to kind of understand things more in depth as you bring along social sciences and humanities and so on. So in terms of the jobs of climate journalism, how would you how would you draw that discussion? Because on the one hand, journalism should interest everybody, all kinds of audiences, even those who are unengaged and uninformed, if you like. But on the other hand, they are faced with young audiences that already know a lot about the climate change. So maybe you could both elaborate a little bit about that seemingly easy thing to say, smarten up. How could that be an ambition?
Max, why don't you take that first?
Sure. Well, thank you, Andreas. That's a great question. That's a lot of what motivated me to write this book. I wrote the book, which is heavily referenced, because I'd like for it to be a tool for people to start to read into ways that they can smarten up, and then look at the literature that supports that. The folks you mentioned, Stokeness and Corner and others, are cited throughout. And this is about, in my view, discipline. That rather than stumbling into conversations that have mixed results, we can, in a very disciplined way, start to have meaningful conversations, start to listen to one another, and then find that common ground. So, for instance, I have family across the political spectrum, and so on the right side of the spectrum, those who we may not engage with climate change necessarily, I can have conversations with them about environmental stewardship through their interest in hunting. And it's drawing on the work that's being done within these arenas to have those effective conversations. I think you're absolutely right, Andreas, that we can just say that smartening up is important, but that is the start of doing the work that I think, people that are a part of this event today are doing. And it's not simply through peer-reviewed literature either. It's also, there's a lot of experiential learning. As you were a part of you attended our comedy event, you helped me drag stationary bicycles all the way across campus back to the rec center. That, this is about the kinds of experiences and the kinds of ways in it opens up these additional pathways. And that, to me, is that smartening up process.
Can I chime in? I think that's great. I also appreciated that we were both struggling with the term empowerment, and I think one of the reasons is agency. Vis-a-vis bell hooks and others would argue is an inherent ability to evoke social change that everybody has. You can't give power to somebody, you can't take it away, and I can't spark that power inside you. I can, as you said, help create avenues that then might engage. You'll want to engage with that agency. And again, consequences are not the same for everybody, even though everybody has agency. So that's another thing. But my point of saying this is, I think as you're also talking about bringing in humanities in this process in social science, I really think climate communication research and science communication research needs more critical cultural theory. At the time, again, in the U.S., when President Donald Trump's going after critical race theory, well, there's a problem because you go after that which attacks the system, and that means that there's actually something to it. So I think, when we were in Miami, the students weren't just talking about environmental science; they were talking about critical cultural theories. So they were talking about agency. We were talking about critical race theory because all of those things were embedded in the policy decisions, the citizen engagement or lack thereof, the discussions of political economy. And so I really think that humanities and social science, but also cultural studies, is an absolute vital place for future work in education. And I think if we can find ways to interject that more, as critical theory should be done, it disrupts, right? I think the more we bring that in, we can really smarten up and understand our agency and our abilities to engage in social justice.
Thanks. Kind of a follow-up on that. Environmental communication, climate psychology, what works in terms of how we put things? That's the key question, perhaps, within that field. But for working journalists, obviously, they often have to think about they have an imposition, they have rules in terms of objectivity, impartiality. They cannot just take anything that would work in a university department in terms of being creative about their climate communication. But are there kind of ideas that you can draw from your academic studies of student involvement that you think would really fit within existing models of journalism? So that could be really put to use by working journalists. That's my question, really.
Can I just chime in before Max again? Sorry, then I'll be quiet and listen. I think that, yes, of course, there are paradigms and forms of social control that determine how journalistic routines and organizational pressures and all those things come together, right? But I think that the agency is still the key here. I mean, and I hope I'm not being offensive to any editors out there, but it's been funny in my years as a reporter how quickly it is that editors forget what the beat job is like, right? What it's like to have leather on the ground, or whatever the phrase is. And that occurred to me when I stopped speeding to house fires, because I was creating an expectation that I could get anywhere in 5 minutes. And when I changed that expectation, holy hell came down on me, because I actually was following the traffic laws, right? So what I'm meaning there is, if we go into our communities and we tell the stories, like let's go to Miami, about non-white business owners, well, that's kind of tricky because it's 70% Hispanic or Latino. So let me just say it clearly. If we were to go into Black-owned businesses and constantly come back with content in that respect, then we're changing the expectation of whose voices are coming through. And that's not saying, oh, we're going to do a massive project. Those projects are used as for lining the bird cages the next day, right? But when I was reporting for the Chicago Tribune and I was doing business reporting, I would call up and I would ask, maybe using language we wouldn't use today as time progresses, but I would say, can I please speak to a woman or a racial and ethnic minority, please? I was very clear as a reporter that I wanted to talk to somebody in a business, particularly tech businesses, that weren't maybe the go-to, right? And I'm not saying that changed the world, but I think if we do those types of things and again, disrupt, even in those minor ways, we change those expectations and norms. I'm sure Max has much better, brilliant ideas, but that was the one that when I'm teaching students is these little things are actually massive and huge and can be long-term changes.
I totally agree. I think I really like what you said, and it demonstrates that this is silver buckshot, if you will, that these are the many ways that we can start to add up to significant changes that are needed. I mean, just back to that comedy example, Andreas, that is a fascinating, the theater professor, Beth Osnes, and I have been really fascinated because through that project, we've had journalists reaching out to us constantly because it provides a novel news hook. And it's been a great way for us to put our students out front. Ted, a bit in the same spirit of what you've described, that it's been great for them to talk about it from their perspectives. And journalists have been really happy to cover these stories. We have not had to necessarily put ourselves out to others. And so it just is maybe another example of the kind of ways that we can be very creative and help the journalism community by providing these creative news hooks. I've studied media coverage of climate change quite a lot, and this is an expansion into these more creative spaces. But I mean, I know, Ted, as you're describing through my conversations with many of them through interviews, that they are working harder than ever to meet deadlines, to meet word counts, to cover a variety of stories. They're great journalists, brilliant writers, but they're swimming upstream against this political economic current. And so in these political economic currents, this consolidation or the advertising dollars getting zapped by Google and Amazon and so forth and so on just makes the job harder than ever. So for those of us doing this kind of work and trying to foster these conversations as a vehicle to enhance engagement and action, we can be providing these hooks for those hardworking journalists.
Great. I have two questions here. Well, first one I'll take from Mofiz from Bangladesh again. He asks about in vulnerable countries like Bangladesh to achieve agency in both the global and the local context in such a situation. How can you do that in ways that ensures social justice and involves smarting up, as you put it, Max?
Yeah, you want me to start, Ted?
Yeah.
I think there's some great journalism projects going on around the world, including in Bangladesh. There's groups like Internews who go and try and give voice to these perspectives and amplify these issues in ways that I think need to be supported more now than ever. Sitting at one's news desk and reporting, which is part of that political economic set of pressures, only gets you so far. And so there's a lot of independent organizations that are working to get out and tell more stories about issues of climate justice, of just transitions, of environmental racism. And those are the kinds of projects that I think we need to be alert to and supporting more now than ever.
Yeah, just to add to that, agency as an inherent intrinsic aspect of the human condition, I suppose. Maybe I would have phrased that differently later, but is as journalists and same as academics, I need to be spending time in places and spending my money in places where I wouldn't normally do. So in other words, I think we were watching this really bad TV show called Come Dine With Me, okay, where these people sit down and they make food for each other, and it's some British television show, okay? So they sit down, and long story short, this hoity-toity person says, "I've never met anybody like you before," she says to the person with thick eyebrows and really nice hair, right? Well, that's a choice, right? That person made a choice not to engage with somebody not like her. And I think that's really hard. But when I lived in the States and I was in Miami, I purposely would go to neighborhoods, even if I couldn't speak the language, and even put gas into my car in a neighborhood that wasn't mine, because I needed to be other places. And I think the more we interject and intersect with places we're not familiar with, that's a choice, right? That's human agency, maybe at its lowest or its simplest level of stepping outside. And I know this, I don't mean for this to be pandering or for this to be condescending or anything like that, but I do think that the power within the choices to diversify our everyday experiences builds new networks and builds new source lists and builds new story ideas in ways that I had a friend who saw that the city of Miami was dumping water that they captured from someplace else, from a rich neighborhood into a poor neighborhood, which in Miami can just be across Biscayne Boulevard, right? Yeah. If that person wasn't, for whatever reason, being in this other neighborhood, they wouldn't have seen the type of activity that's occurring there. And so that maybe is not a very good example, but it's, when you drive to work, drive a different way every day. Or when you're walking to the grocery store, walk a different way every single day. It's little things like that, but you never know what will come in front of us that just makes us better reporters.
Okay, so I have another question from James Painter, and I think it kind of takes us back to the beginning of the day. You were probably asleep by then, but we had people from the BBC and the NRK talking a little about their recent work with climate change. And James' question is this one: how significant do you think are the recent pre-COVID changes to media coverage, particularly in terms of volume and perhaps quality too? And then he mentions examples like Covering Climate Now, BBC, Washington Post, New York Times, Sky, all apparently increasing their resources for covering climate change. So the question is, has it made a difference? And if so, how do you think?
Max, I think that's...
Sure, I can begin. And I just want to say hello to James. He's a great contributor to these arenas and continues to do important work. And we overlapped a little bit at the University of Oxford and have stayed in touch. It's a great question. It's one that I think that I will answer by just pointing towards this project that Andreas and I and 22 others are involved in across 8 institutions, where we're tracking media coverage of climate change month to month. If you'd allow me to share my screen again,
sure.
I can go back to the slide where I had that up, and the bottom right, it's a little bit small. I mean, you can go to our link down there, but the bottom right, you can see that shows how there had been this dramatic drop-off in media coverage of climate change as the coronavirus pandemic started to take up the news whole. And through our own monitoring now, we're seeing a rebounding just in recent months. The Covering Climate Now, part of the question there, was responsible for a lot of this reporting that was taking place. I don't know if you can see my cursor over the top of this or not, but
yes, we can see it.
This part, Covering Climate Now, and the coordinated campaign across many different news organizations was contributing to those record levels of sustained coverage at the end of 2019. And it's fallen off, but it's regaining strength here in terms of the quantity of coverage. Now, the question that James asks as well about quality of coverage is what's driving forward a lot of his research, a lot of my research, a lot of those that we collaborate with. And those still remain open questions. I would like to think that generally speaking, there has been this maturation and improvement in the quality of coverage, but that's not across the board. Those that are involved in these campaigns of Covering Climate Now have definitely been providing all kinds of great quality coverage. But then we have, given the pressures, we have people making very little money, generalist reporters who are stepping into the intricacies and the nuances of covering climate change and struggling to tell the stories accurately and well. And so I think the recent uptick, that which I just showed you globally, we have 24 other ways in which we're breaking this down regionally and across countries, is one that we're going to continue to track, and we hope that it'll continue to go up as these connections are made between, say, coronavirus pandemic and climate change. There's many connections in terms of justice issues, who are at the forefront of the impacts, who are those who are being disproportionately affected by the coronavirus pandemic, as well as the impacts of climate change, that we can then start to weave together stories that are going to take us forward.
Ted, your upcoming special issue on climate change and the Anthropocene is very much dealing with that, how crises intersect with you have the pandemic and the climate crisis. And do you also envision a kind of qualitative shift in climate journalism where you would connect the climate crisis to the COVID crisis and other developments that we're having at the moment?
Well, I don't always, I don't mean to always have a negative tone to my responses, but they're supposed to be, it's a type of creative or constructive pessimism, perhaps. I think what Max is talking about and doing is really, really important to understand, yes, frequencies, but I know you're breaking that down into other ways as well, because what we don't want to saturate, right, audiences. And so I think this one's a balance between how much coverage and then what you're talking about, Max, right? But what's the quality of that coverage, what James is asking. I think that's even, pre-COVID, but something interesting that's happened after COVID, sorry, James, is that streaming services, particularly Netflix, really is coming out. They're coming out with a lot of series on environmental change, of course, being led by celebrities sometimes, and then questioning of how much of this is some sort of environmental ruin porn, right? And instead of actual substantial and critical and meaningful, hopefully always science-based work. And so at the same time, we have journalism changing in varieties of quality that I'll defer to Max on because of his work. But you also have this other side, right? So now it's coming from both like entertainment perspectives and you're coming at it from journalistic perspectives. So all of that might be a sense of goodwill, right? But we have to remember the cultural studies component here of ideologies, right? That at the core, what are people believing, and what are the synergistic effects of things like COVID, such as economic influences, political influences, and those things are influencing streaming services and journalistic content and the crossover or the separation of those things. So are we inundating audiences too much is my critical question that isn't meant to be pessimistic, but is to say, are we inundating them with the right stuff? And that's where I think we need to look to Max and his group to kind of help us understand if we can identify the quality stuff and we need more of that, how can we take that and push that into the creation of media content?
Great. Did you want to add a final thought on that, Max? Or
yeah, I mean, sure. I'm not so worried about inundation at this point. I do take your point. I do think focusing in on quality communications is the way to go. I mean, but here in the United States, if we lean on our colleagues at Yale University and George Mason, who do a lot of polling, that people have reported that they hear about climate change in the media, for instance, only 25% of those polled are saying that they hear about it. So we have quite a long way to go in the United States. And on top of that, there are only 35% of representative samples of people across the United States that talk about this occasionally or often. That leaves over 60% of people who rarely or never talk about these issues with family and friends. I take your point that as we move forward and we hopefully increase one's exposure to these, that we're providing the quality content. But I guess that's just part of my additional reflection.
Well, thanks to the both of you. Our time is closing up. Just a plug for tomorrow. James was contributing with that question. He will also be talking tomorrow a little bit on the climate journalism research, which is obviously an expanding field on its own right. So James will talk more about that. But we're closing off for today, and I want to, with the three people we have in the audience, we usually give this a physical clap here. So there's a few people here. But we often, of course, there's a virtual clapping round going around among the people that's been listening to. This has been really interesting, food for thought for all of us. Thank you so much, Max and Ted, for contributing, and we'll see you later.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.